What is up, broskies? This is your host, SuperSight, and welcome back to another stream. 2 streams in a row. If I do a stream, the chances that I do another one within a week, well, I was going to say reasonably high, but then again, that's not been the case for the last, well, yesterday's stream it has, but as in, like, when I get into streaming, I'm like, oh, that's right, I remember streaming, streaming's cool, we can do that, and then I do, but a lot of the time, if I haven't streamed for ages, there's always stuff to do in life. So it's, yeah, anyway, we're not going to have a 1 hour welcome back, well, not welcome back, but explanationary, or just me talking about a whole heap of things that have happened since the last time I streamed, because we just streamed yesterday, so not much has happened. Well, actually, a bit as, like, yeah, a bit as. I mean, stuff is always happening, but, well, the Israel deal with the 50 hostages, that... Well, yeah, that's happening or has happened. I saw the headlines, but I didn't read it. Anyway, we are live on 8 different platforms. Welcome to stream Lynn on Trovo and YouTube. This is going to be a long stream. It's going to be a long stream. We're going to go to 7 AM around abouts. So I actually have a time this time. So, yeah, because because I got up at like 4 PM, so then it's like, well, if I try to go to sleep now, it'll be difficult and that, so I'll just switch it up for the day. So I've actually got multiple things in the next 2 days happening, so I'm doing the stream I'm not counting as an activity, it is, but as in then, tomorrow at 7:30, I'm going to something, and then I'll come home, and then I'll sleep for 6 hours, and then at 3:30, I've got something, and then I'll come home, and I'll have dinner, and then I'll go to a movie night at 7:30, and then I'll probably do a more normal sleep. Then I'll get up and take my nan to the doctor at 10, and then I may go to a cafe with some people, depending on if someone else can pick my nana up from the doctor, and then I will come home. And then later on, I've got another movie night with some different people. Although there's one person who is in both circles and may come to both of them. So there you have it. No, actually, there's 2 people that might come to both of them. So that's, yeah, got good 2 days ahead. So welcome to stream Shard. You two, like, are always here. It's real cool. Like, even though I don't stream in a month, I stream. Whoop, you're here. That's cool. That's cool. So it's awesome to have you here. No, you timed yourself out? No. Peter, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here too. Good to have you here. It's so nice. I do like going through a whole heap of topics that I do when I... and this is a good game to actually talk about stuff while I play it, but I do like, you know, how yesterday we do the big thing back into it, and what's been happening with SuperCell and all that kind of stuff. But I also like just jumping into it within 15 minutes. That's also another thing that I like doing, and we can play at the same time. So we're live on 8 different platforms. I would like to be live on on Nima TV as well, but unfortunately, Restream now limits you to 8. So I'm on Twitch, YouTube, Afrika TV, DLive, Facebook, Rumble, Twitter, and Trovo. The 8 I'm on, and the big 5 companies. Oh, you know, there's a... Yeah, also, I've been, in my lifetime, I've been alive for about 10% of US presidents. So how about that? 10% of US presidents. And, that's right, a board games list of some of my favorite board games. Actually, I can read you out the list. I can read you out the list of some of my personal favorites, some of which you probably have never heard of. Most of them you will, you know that one. So I've got some old ones, some of which you won't have heard of, and some modern ones. So we got, but there are 5 big companies. Microsoft, Meta, which is Facebook. Are any of these ones Microsoft platforms? I don't think so. And then you got Google, which has YouTube. Twitter isn't listed. Then you got Amazon, which owns Twitch. And then you got, there's one other one. Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta. Who's the other one? There's 5 of them. Been live for about a third of US president. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. DLive looks good. Lots of these are tied up. Lots of these platforms are tied up with bigger ones. I mean, Trovo's tied up with Tencent, which is a massive company. Facebook is Meta, and then you got YouTube, which is, you know, that one, Google. And because how many is that out of those 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, and sort of like Twitter is big in itself, although it's semi-independent. So I mean, it is independent since Elon bought it, but even pre then, it wasn't really attached to other stuff. So that's about, yeah, it's 4 to 5 out of 8 of them are attached to big companies. And then you got a Freak TV, which I don't know if I've ever encountered a new user on there ever. So it's like, okay, it's great. It's a separate individual one. I think is it Japan based or Korea based? I think it was Japan. Or was it Korea? No, I think it was Korea. I'm not sure. It's one of those two countries. So but you got that, but there's like almost no one on it. Then you have DLive. We had limited success on DLive. Like, well, pretty limited. But like we've got some growth on there. And we did feature on the homepage multiple times, which was cool. And we've racked up, I don't know, is it like 50 followers on DLive? So it's not nothing, but it's still pretty low. But there is some potential with DLive, with streaming mobile games, to grow. And then Rumble is the other one that I am on. Then there's Nimo TV as well. That is a China-based company. Because Rumble is one that you have to add on as an extra. So yeah, because if you excluded Rumble, yeah, but anyway, but yeah, about half of them are connected in with big companies, and yeah, so DLive, yeah, there's a little bit, but yeah, Rumble's my favorite choice. Yeah, but there's a lot of big companies in action. What was it's got Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google. Oh, there they all go. Apple, that was the one. Yeah, Apple. So, and I'm not a fan of any of those 5 companies. So we got that. Apple does more hardware stuff though. So Google is my least favorite of them. Because Google has like huge amount of search traffic and stuff like that. Whereas Apple is like physical hardware stuff, which you don't have to buy Apple if you don't want to. So it's easy to live a life without having any Apple products. Much harder to live a life without Google. I mean, you can do it, but it can be tricky, especially you know, then like, because if you ever use other computers, whether it's in a public library or at different places, school, work. There's bound to be some Google related processes on there. Yeah, that's right. I was going to read you my list. Of board games that I did. Here we go. How many is it? Oh, it's about 20. Okay, so these are, because I was given a list because someone was buying board games is going to buy board games for a group. So I was like, oh yeah. Here's you know, and they didn't know what ones. They had Connect 4. And then they had the Splendor and Rummy Club. And I would recommended Connect 4 and Rummy Club on this list as well. But yeah, it's because I've played a lot of games, so I have a reasonable idea. So this is I said older ones, and these ones you can sort of get at fairs for cheap. Because board games are expensive, like Catan, that's like 80, 90, 100 bucks. So here's my list. Chess, Chinese checkers. So this is the older ones and that. Chess, Chinese checkers, Battleship, Cluedo. No one in the US is Clue. Holiday, Guess Who, Happy Families, Jenga, Mastermind, Monopoly, Othello, Phase 10, Risk, Sequence, and here's an old one you probably haven't heard of, Stocks and Shares, 1957. Love that game. Okay, I'm sure they don't make it anymore. Then, for the modern ones, Catan, Hey That's My Fish, Alhambra, Azul, Carcassonne, Camel Up, Century Spice Road, King Domino, Love Letter, Quirkle, Railroad Inc. Blue, and Saboteur. So that's a list. That's a list. I'd actually probably post it in the chat. That I think is a great list. Like, so staple. Like, if I had to recommend, like, have some games, they are the ones that I recommend. Camel Up concerns betting on that. Which, I don't know, people could take it 2 ways, because it'd be like, oh no, definitely keep it away from the kids, because you don't want to get them into gambling. But I think it's not, It is, well, I don't know. I think it's a cool way for them to learn to analyze and manage risk. Because they're like, well, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's like, would camel up lead anyone into gambling? I doubt it. I doubt it. I think it'd lead them away from. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, I think it's a good game. Boom. That's the list of the older ones, and then the newer ones. This is my list. Now, it doesn't include all of them because of the fact that these are shortish games, because it's thinking of, like, in this group. Because there are other ones that I would include on that, including the likes of Puerto Rico. It's another one of my personal favorites, but I didn't even think to add ones like that. And Onward Venus is another good one. But yeah, anyway, it's a list. Catan is actually, because is Catan older than any of those ones on there? Nah, I don't think so. Could be older than Holiday. I don't think so though. I mean, almost all those old games are like real. Oh, it could be older than Phase 10. Most of these games here, the modern ones are almost all 2000 or more recent, and the old ones are sort of like probably like pre 1980s. But no, pre 1990, for example. But Catan is actually was like 1995, give or take a year. Okay, so anyway, that's some board games if you're interested. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? 5 watching on DLive. Wow, that's pretty good. Need to buy a new laptop to watch on all platforms. You don't need to watch on all of them though. We actually did 78. 78. I'm actually quite impressed at that. I mean, it's sort of like impressive and not impressive. Like, it's impressive in that, like, on other ones, like a Freaky TV, we've streamed just as long as DLive and got, like, virtually no. I don't think we've ever had a single. Oh no, but they don't integrate the chat, which is probably so that then if people were chatting, I wouldn't even know. I still don't think I've racked up many followers at all on that one. So the DLive, you can take it two ways. It's like, on one hand, it's like we haven't, like, we've been streaming it on DLive since 2019, so it's been 4 years, and only you've gained 78 followers. That's not much. On the other hand, the counter argument to that is it's still a reasonable amount, considering I'm just streaming random mobile games that most people won't be going on DLive to watch. And B, I'm not always looking at the chat on DLive instantly, so like the moment that I was promoted onto the front screen, I could have instantly reacted and constantly be talking 100% of the time. Since I don't look at the chat so much, there might have been a couple of times where people just said hi, and I then didn't see it for 5 minutes, and then they left the stream, but had I just streamed on DLive, I would have been like, oh, hello, welcome to the stream, and then they would have stayed longer, and then may have come back another time. So I could have lost a few people through not being as responsive to it, because I didn't notice it as much, because I'm streaming on lots of them, plus I don't check the chat that much. But yeah, I don't know, 78 is sort of like, I'm kind of mixed on whether that's like good or not. It depends on how you look at it, because like 4 years to only gain 78 followers, it doesn't sound much, but then on the other hand, given I've just had it on there for like no extra effort, to have gained 78 followers streaming just random different games, that's quite cool. So I can look at that from both angles. Oh, what a Trivial Pursuit. Yeah, I know that one. Not very good at it. 8 watching. We always seem to do well on Rumble. I don't know, but there's almost no one that's chatting, so I don't get it. Like, people click on it, but then almost no one chats. And yeah, it's funny, because like I'm saying that as people will be watching on Rumble, and I'm talking about them not chatting. I'm talking to you, who's not chatting, who's watching it right now. Yeah, anyway. I don't know, it's easy to... Like, when people don't chat, you sort of don't really realize they're there. Or you sort of just assume... Well, I don't know, they could just be bots. I don't think so, but maybe. So, I don't know, like, if people... Because I remember there were some streams on was it like Rush Wars? And we had, I can't remember, was it like 20-50 watching? It was a decent amount of people watching, and almost no one chatted. There was only like 3 chatters out of like 50 people watching. It's like, hey, are you guys actually watching? Like, it's almost like you just forget about that there's people watching. You sort of, or it's not believable that people are watching when there's just no chat. It's like, well, it's easy for this big number to exist, but yeah. Greet them on Rumble, but they don't answer. Does it show... Oh, because the Rumble chat isn't integrated. Because sometimes it shows people... So on Twitch it shows who's watching, whereas YouTube it only shows who's watching if they chat, which is an interesting difference. Could just be listening to it. That's true. But then again, it's unlikely that there'll be a whole heap of people on Rumble that are like looking for Pico Tanks and we're like, wow, he's streaming right now. That's right. I will just do a couple of things before we get started, and we're gonna get started pretty soon. We will go and do something on, what are we doing? We're going to go, oh yeah, to do the Trovo thing I normally do. And then, oh yeah, we could stream in the Pico Tank. Oh no, we'll see. Wait, no, I'll just put this up here. And then we could open it up. The problem with that is then all these people start requesting to play. Well, I don't know. Yeah, generally, like, as soon as you open it, not always, but a lot of times, you then suddenly have all these people requesting to play. Or normally a person, and then but then I normally instantly accept it. So then presumably other people would as well. But yeah, but then I don't know, and so then I don't want them to like wait and like think, oh, he'll be about to join, because it's like, no, I'm not. I'm got other stuff to do. Do that, and boom, boom. Yeah, it's funny because I like never have entirely stopped streaming. Like, I just have that little drip, drip, drip. Like, I never quite stop. Like, I'll stop for a few months and then I'm back. And I don't know. Like, most people seem to be more consistent. Like, most people don't seem to do what I do. Like, they either like just regularly stream again and again and again and again and again, or they just full out stop. Whereas I sort of like, we'll stop for a few months and oh, we're back. And oh, I'll stop for a few months and oh, we're back. And I never like quite, you know, like go either way. I quite like the bright colors that I picked for the thumbnail. I think they look quite cool. Oh, there we go. I see your message. Welcome, Rumble viewers. SuperSight's also streaming on 7 other platforms at the same time. Enable. What's large history? What does that even mean? Oh, you can probably see back further. It's on Rumble. Okay, we got that, and we'll go to Pico Tanks. I don't think I'll even bother going to the VC this time. It's so sad about Pico Tanks, because it's just so not popular enough that it's sort of like it doesn't really matter, because I normally stream without many people watching anyway, which is fine. But it's just sort of so sad, because like there's players that are playing the game, but it's just there's obviously just not enough that like I'll stream for 5 hours and I'll be lucky to get one person that comes by and plays a game with me in match that like natively normally plays it. Which is just a shame, because it's a good game, but it's just not the traction behind it. There's just and I was chatting with one of the devs in the Pico Discord, and they're very open in that, which was great. But yeah, I asked like, oh, is this person still work for Pico Tanks? And all 3 of them had left, so it's like that's pretty sad, including Tegan, who came by the stream and played once, which was awesome. But it's sort of like a spiral, because once the Steam team starts to leave, then there's less updates, and there's less updates, more players. It's just so hard to keep it because ultimately it has to be profitable. They have to be constantly by default, a game will stop or go bankrupt unless every month they're making a profit. So it's like, but by default, the default is it's going to stop. Man, they've only got 2,000 people in the Pico Tanks Discord server. 1973 members and 106 online right now. That's actually quite not many, as many as I expected. But yeah, it's just sad, because by default it just stops. But it's like so many good games. It's sort of like Hexonia or Pico Tanks that got developed, but then the update stopped. You know, the hype ran out. Yeah, I don't know. Pico Tanks, they still have the old Twitter icon. The old Twitter icon, I think, will take ages to phase out. I've still, like, my app on my device is still the old Twitter icon. Eventually they'll like make an update, so then they'll force all apps to at least show the new one, the X one. But yeah, I don't know, it's just such a shame, because like, well, I'm going to get virtually no growth this stream whatsoever from people watching that, nor will there be like a future market for it if they've sort of given up on it and that. But I appreciate the honesty from the dev that I talked to, because I'd say there's nothing worse than like when they're like, oh no, we're still working on it really hard behind the scenes and yada yada yada, and just like pretending and faking that it's still like gonna be a big thing and under development, and it's still, when in reality like 3 of the team at least have left, and I like that they're honest and they're like, look, no, these 3 left. They didn't say this, they've stopped development of the game or anything, but it's evident from the updates that it's obviously slowed down a lot. And who knows, they might be announcing they're going to kill it soon. I'm not sure. It's interesting because it's developed by the government, the Australian government, or funds from the government, which is, I don't know, it's interesting, it's funny in that. With the person I was playing with in real life, there's quite a lot of bugs with it, like the audio would mess up, or you'd have to force close it because it wouldn't load after you clicked on an ad. So the joke was like, oh, well, what do you expect? It's a government game or something. But I don't think the devs would appreciate that. I don't know. It's probably just funded by them, the government, or some grant or whatever. But yeah, it's sort of a shame. Yeah, my voice is already starting to get a little bit sore. We'll go to user content. Post another stream. Oh, I got a couple of hearts. Very nice. Maybe I should do I did a Rumble one yesterday. Maybe I'll actually do the YouTube one today. Okay, I'll do the YouTube one today. Normally I do the Rumble one. Although on one site, I'm not sure what it was. What game was it? There was one game and I rotated through all of them. So I started with the Rumble one, and then the next time I put the YouTube one, the next time I put the Twitter one. Might have been Risk, and I just rotated through all of them. But yeah, I don't know. I just find it really sad seeing how... There we go. Wait, what do we do? We'll go to display capture. Yeah, that's all good. And go display capture. Boom, boom. There it goes. So we got that one yesterday. A couple of reactions in that one. And then, but yeah, no one in the VC. I still got my old tag. Well, it's not showing, but I have it. About Us. Yeah, the old Twitter logo there. And a few people on. I think it's because of the streamer mode. Then it doesn't like. I don't know. Some people it shows that, so maybe it's a settings option or something. Wow, they were a real OG. That's incredible. But yeah, only that many people. But I don't know. I just find it sad, like what could have been, and it's the game will sort of be wrapping up or wrapping down. You disappeared. Yeah. I'll put me back now. Where am I? Yeah, boom. There we go. House in Georgia. Come back. Here we go. I'm sure there's stuff happening in your area, Peter. Well, I mean, I don't know for certain, but like, depending on how you define the area, like within 100k, that's quite a long radius. Within 50k, yeah, I reckon surely there'd be some events on, some community events, some church events, different things you get involved in. Unless you're like really rural. Burning Man level rural. I'm back. There we go. Rather be in Georgia, miss the fun holidays. Well, we shall open up the game. Boom. Panda Arcade. They've got no other games. See down the bottom left, bottom right, you can see Victoria State Government. A film industry. That's such a good game, but yeah. Yeah. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? So we're gonna be live for 5 hours. Don't go out much and don't go out much. Whoa, that's real loud. You could put on an event. You could put on an event, Peter. Oh, only one person online. Alright, this guy's on the board. Actually, I'd rather check my profile and all that. Statistics. I played a couple more games after I finished the stream. There's Mad second. Whoa! I've well dropped. What did I get to again yesterday? I was right below this guy. I think I was fourth, and he was on 100 wins, lucky cat. And if I'd passed him, I would have been third. Okay, the title's currently not accurate, but by the end of the stream, it will be. Look at all those on one. Yeah, that's probably because that guy was still at 100, so they all just went one above him. Yeah, so if we have 4 more battles, yeah, there's 4 more battles, I'm already back up there. We'll scroll through the chat. America. Oh no, Started with A though. I don't know, it just makes me like just not sad playing the game, but it's sort of like just like I don't know. It's just deflating knowing that like this game, it's like I mean it's not gonna pick up. It's just sort of winding down. Chat GPT, they were there last season. Living on Rumble, looking good, looking good. Hot diggity dog. Well, now I can't hear anything. Oh. Audio's like really loud, or even when I turn it off, it's still on. That's weird. There's so few friends. But invites, now that's another story. That guy, once he was leaving, he was stuck on that leaving thing, exiting battle for ages. Oh, so we hadn't got anyone on. We could have had this up, but then it would make my time look like a. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot about them. I don't think I even completed them. Oh well. Yeah. Oh, there's a guy came on. There we go. How? Pico sounds. I put that if anyone wants to play now, I'm currently happy to play with you. I'm live streaming, so if people want to play, the offer's on the table. Blue tank with the ball cap is my favorite. It's just so default, but yeah, I'm glad you like it. They give the bots all these fancy tanks. Did they used to? Not sure. Arcade Raven. Or was it Arcane Raven? So quick. So speedy. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Drop it. Just got the flag. Drop it. Oh yeah, I can't hide in the bushes. The good thing about being clustered is then you can like quickly defeat them. The negative is that they can, if they fire at you guys, they almost always will hit because you're all together. I'm not being left alone, am I? Haha. Oh, anything health. Pow, pow, pow. Miss? Hit or miss? I guess they never miss, huh? Well, they do, they miss a lot. Oh, hello. Well played. Welcome back, Shard. You're learning Korean on Duo. Nice. Good to learn new languages. one asked me anything in Korean. Real workbook for Spanish. Nice. You want to fight? Let's check the servers. I always forget which one, that one. Hey, I love how they got Asia as one, but then they've got like India and Japan as one. And it's like, which is it? I could DM the creators of Pico Tanks and ask if they'd like to play. Oh no, but there's, oh, you know, Discord has a stupid thing where like you can't message people that you're not in the server with, which that you could turn that off. One of them's been playing Roblox for 9 hours. One of them's been playing Genshin Impact. I think I will message them. I'll ask, would you like to play? Especially since we have a space. There's 4 of them online. Just manually message players. Do you wish to play Pico Tanks with me? Oh, got the hell. Oh, only 3 content creators online now. Oh. Got him. We'll get like 2 or 3 more wins and then I'll message these people. I mean, I could start messaging them now, actually. Come to think of it. Cool, here we go. we go. We got it. Got a random mine in the field. Wonder how many battles I will have lost because my tank isn't upgraded. Pow, 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 pow. Pow, 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 pow. Pow, pow, pow. Donk. Heyday Bake Off. Ricky. I didn't know, I was like, yeah, of the Bake Off on the Finland trip, Helsinki 7. I didn't know what I was doing. You know, I was so lucky I was on the team of 4, because it was like basically still a 3v3. I was like, oh my goodness. Because it was like semi, they'd like done some of it, because otherwise you couldn't be there for 3 hours, but there was a lot that needed doing. I'm like, I don't know how to do this cake. Although actually, to be fair, in 2018 I did make the other cake. But this was like all icing and stuff, so I was like, what do I do? So I just like picked up the, I was like, well, I just picked up the jelly beans. I'm like, oh, I can replicate the jelly beans. That's one thing I can do. So I was like looking for the exact same colored jelly beans as their one to like make it the same. So that was like a good task that I could do, and let the others do the cake making. It was, yeah, that was interesting. It was cool they made a video of it. I much preferred the other one though, which was the generic our time at the farm. I couldn't believe how short it was, because we were there for like 8 hours. So it was, and then to have it like, it was like it was a very short video. It was under 10 minutes. It might have been under 5 minutes. You got commented on about your jelly bean task. Oh, did I? Don't recall. But yeah, that was the thing I did. The thing I did. I remember making an appeal to them when they're like, you know, the cakes look a little bit even. I'm like, but our one has the matching jelly beans. Because it was to make it look as similar as possible to theirs. Trovo audio is 15 seconds ahead of YouTube. That's remarkably quick. It'd be interesting to see like a quality compare. Like, how much better is the YouTube quality, if any? Like, you know, is it 10% better in that? And then is it worth a 15-second delay for 10% better quality? You know, if it was like 80% better quality, I'd definitely say it's worth the 15 seconds. Even 50% better quality, I'd say it's worth the 15 seconds. But if it was like a real marginal amount, like 5% better, but then 15 seconds, it's like, it's getting pretty borderline. I can tell my laptop is beginning to age. It heats up some now with only 3. Oh wow, that's a shame. I'm using a chill mat, hopefully prolong its life. Yeah. I liked watching y'all all. Oh, did they make a video of that? I thought it was so weird. I was like, what the? I was like, I think I said like, do I actually need this? They're like, oh yes, you need it. Because otherwise, then when they do the camera stuff or whatever, the celebrities would be very well versed in that. They'd like, in politicians, they'd like know how to work. So I just, like, I was so rookie. Like, I didn't know how to do an interview or anything. So I was like, it was like very new to me. Because I would have answered the questions they asked about Heyday very differently. Because I thought they were going to include the whole lot. So I'm like, well, you know, I don't want to do like huge, well, I mean, I was happy to, but I'm like, they probably don't want us to do like 20-minute stuff or whatnot. But then, so then some of the answers, I just give incredibly short answers, thinking that was it. But then it turned out that, oh, bother, they got away with that. Then it turned out that it was like they're only going to use like one question. So I would have, and even the question I did answer, looking back, I would have answered it a bit differently. I would have added a few more words or said it slightly differently. I mean, it was still an accurate answer, but had I known that it was just they're only going to include one, I would have then given better answers to all of them. Because I mean, well, one of them was like, "What level are you?" I was just like 61. I think that's all I said. Yeah. But yeah, it was very, and yeah, like we're gonna do it. Oh, there's just so much to, like, it'd be cool to meet them again and like just talk about it. I don't know, it's weird because like to me it was a big deal, but to like most people it wasn't like a Taylor Swift song concert release or whatnot. It was just this, well, even that, I don't know, like there's not that many things where there's sort of such significant events that you then have people then having like talk, like, well, I mean, they had ClashCon in 2015. They're talking about Clash of Clans, but that was the whole time. But it's rare that you have a time where you rediscuss an event. Like they probably did that with the moon, and the astronauts then talked about what it was like, or in wars and stuff like that. They talk about it. But then for just the Helsinki 7 event, I mean, I think it's so cool, and it'd be cool to have like a meetup rediscussing it. But probably most people wouldn't find it that interesting. I don't know, but there's just so much stuff. We're like, oh yeah, I remember that, and that's what happened there. Cause yeah, there was a whole heap of like just different interesting interesting stuff and all that kind of stuff. Cause what where was I going with that? What was I gonna say about them? Oh yeah, like when we're about to film and that, then there was like do the interview audios, and we could only do one at a time, and it had to be in this certain space. But there was like an aeroplane like way in the distance. Oh, there we go. That guy must have invited him. Wow, that's very rare. Almost always. Oh, if he quickly left, and then I wouldn't be able to send him friend request because he wouldn't be in recent. I don't think, maybe. But yeah, there's just this little airplane way in the distance, and I was like, oh, surely that'd be fine. And they're like. The team, the team being like these audio experts and all that, they had like 2 or 3 people that had like these full-on cameras, probably worth thousands of dollars, that were just there the whole day. That's why I'm like so shocked that there was only like 5 minutes worth of video. It's like, you had hours of footage, like hours of footage, and to then only have like these tiny little videos. I don't know, but then I'm very much inclined to put more in than not enough mentality in that, which is evident in my videos, and I'm on that extreme too much of like, oh, we'll just upload the whole thing, because like most people don't want to watch most of my content. Like it's just people like the little snippets and that, the real edited down bits and that, whereas I sort of think, oh, I'll just put it all out there, but most people aren't interested in most of it, and I'm like, well, I'll just put it out there anyway. But as in, yeah, but I think they went too hard on the edit, like too hard on the chopping down. It's like you had hours of content. Like they could do I mean, I don't know if they still have the footage, but they could do another video if they wanted, just based on that footage. I was hoping they would do more, but and you know I was surprised that they only had like the videos of us were only like less than a minute, like seconds long, like 50 seconds or whatever. But yeah, they had Galadon and all that. It was cool. But yeah, they had like this little aeroplane way in the distance, and just for that little thing, they said, "Oh no, you'll be able to hear it really strongly on the audio and that." So that took a while before we did that. So it's just like a minor detail that I remember from it. And they had the real life characters and that there. I mean, it was just such a weird experience. It was like sort of. Well, as of now, one in a lifetime in that regard. Like, there's other experiences in life I've had that are one in a lifetime, but in that regard of, like, seeing how the filming stuff works and being part of videos and all that, it was a one in a lifetime experience in that. It was very, very, very interesting, very odd in that. And most people wouldn't have the experience at all. People like celebrities would have. Well, I don't know, well, for music videos, for music videos, they'd learn that kind of stuff a lot. But it was just, it was sort of like a real brief, because I never did anything prior to that was like that or anything since. But it was just this one-off opportunity and experience. It was like extremely odd and different to what I'd normally experience. I mean, Galadon would be very familiar with it as well. Yeah, but it was very, very interesting. So yeah, I learned a few things and saw how things were done in that, and it's like a whole different world. It's odd. It's odd. And since I'm like extremely really in that world, it was like just that week. Then I like know what it's normally like, and then me like it's like because if you were like so involved in an industry, you forget what it's like to not be. Well, it's sort of like I follow politics a heap. And so then when you're talking to people that don't really follow it, it's hard for me to comprehend or sort of like, how do I explain it? Like you know, in both senses of how do I explain it? Like I'm so used to, well, you know, and likewise if you like did all the makeup-y stuff and all that kind of stuff regularly, you'd sort of forget that most people don't realize that or know how it works. And I don't know, some people are good at remembering what other people wouldn't realize, whereas I'm not very good at it. But since in this case it's just a one-off thing, I could be like, oh, that was interesting, I recognize that and that and that were all sort of unique things. But yeah, anyway, that was the thing, some stuff from it. That says, my name is Lynn in Korean. Nice. I sometimes like somehow read ahead and then read back. I don't know how I sort of skip ahead in the comments sometimes. I liked watching your weekend to make up play. Did I feature in that? I don't, if I did, I don't recall, unless one of the others recorded it. I didn't think it was in either of the official videos. Those streams in SuperSight. That was cool, yeah, that was cool. Ricky and Gizmo both talked. Yeah, we had a lot to say once we came back. And I'm glad we got to be in. So yeah, in the chats, yeah, it was cool. Yeah, seeing you guys like, yo, hello, Peter, Lynn. We sure lost some sleep. That was so cool. Like that you guys were following it and were like streaming. I didn't have much sleep there either. I wish I had actually. I wish I had. I like stayed up, but to the point where I couldn't even remember a lot of stuff, and I didn't have any alcohol. Yeah. So I wish I'd had more sleep, but yeah, it was a very, 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 very interesting experience. There's just so many like different factors, like just so much stuff that you'd never otherwise see in life. So yeah, very, very. I think it was a very helpful experience. Like I'm very glad that I did it and went there. It would have been so cool if they had another one, but alas. It's crazy how much the Supercell landscape has changed, because they had a few Clash of Clans ones, but even with Clash of Clans, like so many people like a YouTuber called Daddy and a YouTuber called Master of and other YouTubers moved on from, so like so many of them aren't even still there. I mean, a few of them are sort of like switched games from Clash of Clans to another one, but I mean Nick at Night stopped. Molten Godson, they're sort of very patchy at covering it. It's so odd, but it's sort of, I mean, it's sort of a shame how, because the games went down in popularity, then like the whole thing sort of came to a grind. Well, yeah, because you know, I said earlier about the streams and how sort of like most people just either they do it or they stop. Well, actually, Molten Godson are a little bit like me in that sense as well. They'll sort of like do a few videos for a little bit and then stop. And I think there's a high chance it's the same problem I have. It's sort of like a motivation thing, like when not many people are watching it, and especially for them who have experienced, well, I don't know, I experienced pretty heydays, pretty green pastures back in 2018. I mean, both Heyday and Battlelands were going incredibly well for me. My videos were really popular. It was an awesome time. There was updates. Things were just brilliant, you know, and I was so motivated in that. But likely Molten and Godson think back to like the days when Clash of Clans was really popular. Their videos would get insane amounts, and then they're just sort of like now, which, you know, now being 2020 or 2021 or 2022 or 2023, and there's hardly anyone that watches their videos, and they're like, oh, like they're just, I don't know, this is me guessing, they're just like, I'm not in it. I can't, you know, it's a lot of effort and that to like really do a video, and then you just keep remembering, oh, it's a different time now. Like most people have moved on from these games. Not many people watch my videos on these games, and it's really sad. It's really sad. I mean, it is what it is, but it's just sad. I don't know. I feel like with some other areas in life, it's much more clear when something actually dies. Like it's alive and then it's gone. Like it's you know, whatever. Whereas with games, it's like this sort of drawn out process where they get less updates or less popular, and then it's sort of like it's still there, but it's not what it was, and it's like this sort of like painful mix in the middle. It's like it's not a clear cut, you know, it's dead, that's it. You know, it's just sort of kind of there, but it's not what it was, and it's so hard because you sort of see it and you're like, ah. Okay, back to the chat. Do you have the I do. I have a box of them in my room right down there. There's a lot of stuff on top of it now, but it will be fine in there. But box of it, I could get it out. I could do a stream of it. I mean, I don't intend to. I don't know. But yeah, I do. I do have like the whole box of souvenirs from that trip. Supercell had posted a heap more. I do as well. I mean, and there was a heap more footage to be posted. Both from that day, specifically, where they recorded hours and hours worth of footage, and then even the days where we were opening stuff, like they could have had a couple of people sort of recording it or asking us a few questions. I mean, we did do a bit of that ourselves, but not much, really. Not that much. You know, I did especially when we opened the boxes, that was so cool. I did, you know, a little bit of, and I so wish I'd talked to Yelladon there. I so wish I had. Because that's the thing, like, you can never replicate something perfectly in time-wise. Like, you know, experiment, sure, you maybe could somehow. If it was like basic math, you can repeat an equation or whatnot. But most things in life, unless you capture it like right then and there, even if you immensely try to recreate it, it will never be the same. Like, if Galadon and I meet again, it will never be the same. Like, both of us have experienced and so much since we last met, and the world has changed a lot, the games have changed, we've changed, and it would never be the same interaction. Like, people are just constantly, like, it's a different version of them every day. Like, you will never be able to talk to this exact version of me tomorrow, or let alone in a month than that. It's just how it goes. But so yeah, because then it's like, if I saw Galadon, it'd be like, yo, but it's just, we could never, like, talk as if it was 2019, Heyday trip anymore. Even if there was a Heyday trip again, which I highly doubt there would be, but even if there was, and we were both there, we could never talk in the same way, like, with the information we have now, which is sort of like, it's, yeah, I don't know, somewhat is a sad thing. But then like, that's why I like to, well, I take lots of photos in real life, because it's like, this is the only moment you can capture it like that. Like, it's probably not going to happen. I mean, some things do, but like, a lot of things, like, you just sort of, either you get it then, or it changes, and things change real quick. There we go. This is just a tough battle, so I'll just battle this out, and then... Oh, did we get Pico Ball yesterday? I'm not sure, but I got, like, yeah, there was some super fast ones I had that weren't streamed. I think recorded I did get a couple of fast ones. For a bomb there, hopefully that gets them. Yeah! Oh, there we go. Yeah, push. Almost. And then I got to meet with the Future Play team as well. That's another whole thing, which there was actually, like, there's literally no video, there's nothing of that. All there was just a few photos I took. Maybe they got a photo or two, but that was really cool. But yeah, that was really cool as well. That was only for a few hours actually, but that was so awesome. And it would have been cool to meet the Shipyard Games team. I mean, the chances were just phenomenally low that all three of the games that I was covering, Go City, although I covered it afterward, but hence I didn't really have much of a relationship with the Shipyard Games team, because, like, I hadn't covered the game then as of that point, because then they didn't have any games out that I was aware of as of that point. I think it was out, but I hadn't realized. But it was insane that all three of them were within Finland, and all within walking distance, and that was wild. It's just crazy, sort of, like, just history. I don't know, and so then it's like, for me, I find it sad looking back at what it was. Like, it was so cool in 2019, like, I had so much going for me with the channel. Was, Heyday was going great, Battlelands was going great, things were looking, then we had Rush Wars, and, things were just, it was just so much on the uphill. It was just going, and then, and then the Finland trip, Rush Wars, and I did awesomely in that. We had a great team, and then to have that all crash down with the death of Rush Wars, Battlelands kept dropping in popularity, and Heyday didn't go up any further, which I was really hoping it would, and then the banning of my channel, I mean, that was just so crushing, and it's sort of like, I've never bounced back from that. And it's not entirely just me. It's not just dependent on me. No, it's not just me, as in, because, like, they haven't had any more Heyday Finland trips at all since then, and yeah, Heyday hasn't picked up for any of them, really. And the game Battlelands died for everyone, and yeah, Rush was died, and just Supercell in general is not doing as well as it was in 2019. So it's sort of like, so it's like the whole industry, the whole market, even for Molt and Godson, who were huge, like, way bigger than me, and even for them, they don't really do videos anymore. It's just not the same at all. But it's sort of, I don't know, it's just so sad looking back at what it was and what it could have led to, if Rush Wars had gone global and stuff like that. It's so sad looking back on it, because it's like, oh, it was cool, it was exciting, and so to have gone from that to, like, now, and having 100+ people in the stream and that. I mean, I still enjoy streaming now and still do it and that, but I also then recognize that, like, there's no chance, basically, that there's a very low chance that it will financially be successful. I mean, if Rumble really picked up, I am still monetized on Rumble, so there is a chance, but it's very unlikely. I mean, there's no reason why this game will pick up, or why Heyday will suddenly pick up. Supercell's, all the other ones have just continued to get killed, so it's, I don't know, there's just no sort of chance for a revival amongst Supercell stuff. Not really. and more creators have left, and they keep dropping their standard. Like they dropped this, they dropped it again. Like now you only need like 5,000 subscribers to be part of the creator program, which is just it's regardless of whether it's like a cool move, like in the sense that more than people can then go into it. It's a sign of like, well, as far as I'm reading it, is that like, well, we're sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like we used to have so many that we didn't need anyone below 5,000. Like, but now it's sort of like, okay, we sort of just, well, not below 5,000, but like now it's sort of like, well, we've lost so many creators. We've just been bleeding creators. So just, yeah, you know, if you like, anyone can just join it now. I don't know. It's just really sad. Like looking back at what like it was just so crazy, and it's weird because it's like I'm still like kind of my 2019 me. Like I'm not fundamentally different from my 2019 me. I've definitely changed and improved in some areas, but yeah. So it's like and this was the room. This was the computer. You know, this was what it was. You know, this was the jersey in 2019. Like, so much of it's still there. You know, and of the Helsinki 7, 5 of them are still making heyday videos. It's like it's not dead yet. Like it's still there, but it's sort of like I feel like it's just slipping away. Like unless it's going to change and things are going to pick up again, which I don't see any reason why it will. Then just slowly, I think you'll see those 5 remaining heyday creators just cease to create heyday videos, whether it be for health reasons, or financial reasons, or they've just had enough. I thought that I'm surprised all 5 of them are still going over 4 years later after that Finland trip. I'm honestly really surprised. But yeah, I don't think it will last that much longer. I mean, I think Heyday will. Heyday's still doing financially fine to sustain itself. But I think that 1 or 2 of those creators, at least in the next year or so, will stop doing Heyday, which will then it'll mean that, well, we're getting further away from that 2019 point in multiple ways, both time, which is always the case, but also just like, well, we had the Helsinki 7, well, Silas is gone. I'm not quite gone. I'm still here, but I don't cover Heyday, so I'm sort of in like a middle position. But then if 1 or 2 of the other, let's say 2 more of the Helsinki 7 quit, well, now you're down to only like 3 originals still covering Heyday, and then it just becomes more and more different. And I just wish it hadn't panned out this way. Like it would have been cool if that, you know, if those 7 had still kept going strong, that Heyday, you know, had updates and then brought in heaps more players, and then you saw more creators being added to the Helsinki 7. That would have been really cool, but that's not what's happened. It's just sort of like 2 of us are gone, and sort of like the requirements keep going down, but the game is like not picking up. I'll get back to your chat in a while. Maybe I'll quit this platoon because there's just so much I didn't want to read back. I don't know. It's just such a shame. It's just such a shame. What could have been? What could have been? And sort of like what we sort of started to see in 2019. It was just looking so good. I don't know. I don't know what if the other creators felt the same way. It was certainly very much like this is awesome what's happening, and the potential in that, and the excitement in that. But I feel like it's just not the same anymore. Like I feel like Supercell's lost its brand as like the leading. Well, not necessarily that like the one's overtaken it. I mean, they still have those 5 killer games, although Boom Beach has definitely like dropped off substantially. But you know, they've still got all these cool hits that are still around, but. The new games just has been nothing, and well, I mean they've been cool games, but they've been killed, and now it's like years later since they released their last one, and it's just it's just sort of a somewhat bleak situation where creators are just sort of leaving, and then you know Molt and Godson and myself and that we're still around, but it's just not the same, and I don't see any reason why that will change in a big way. Okay, what is DC? I'll do this and then I'll keep reading the chat. Oh, he DC? What does that even mean? Not sure. Kick. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Then he can play, and then he can have a battle. I'll respond to the chat, and then I'll. Yeah, get back to that. Yeah, I wish they had put a heap more footage. That would have been cool. 13 on Rumble, very nice. Need to fix some breakfast. Oh, you did see me getting. I'm thinking I have. Ah, fine. Fine. Video bookmarked. Okay. Cool. I could do a whole reaction thing. It'd be cool to have it like with like chatting with the other people, which I mean you could do in Zoom, which would work. Like Zanzard and Conman, that wasn't Zoom, but like the VC. But it'd be even cooler in person. But I don't expect it to happen in person. There's just no audience. Like it would cost so much for like us to fly to meet up again. And then you'd have almost no one. I don't know, but then it's the question is, what is it for the viewers or is it for us? And that. But then if it's for us, it's like, well, I'm not willing to spend $2,000 to get a plane ticket to London or whatnot to just meet up to just do a. Remember that? I mean, it would be cool in that, but I don't want to pay over $1,000 to do that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it'd be cool. Yeah, and hence, like, if it was offered, if someone said, hey, look, we'll pay for you guys to meet up again, I'd be like, sweet, I'll do it. This sounds like a cool, another adventure, but I'm not gonna, yeah, pay. And also, it'd be way cool, yeah, if someone else organizes it. That's what sort of makes it cool, because, like, they sort of set the agenda within a reasonable amount of, within reason, of, like, well, this is what, died. It's sort of like, this is, we'll be chatting about this, and it's sort of set up, and, it's sort of, because if you having to do it yourself, then it's just not the same. Not the same, because, I don't know, it's much cooler if it's like an adventure that someone else has set up that you're then part of. I liked, Jonathan Peugeot made a comment about how a lot of people are really into Star Wars and cosplay. I was very much into Star Wars back in the day, 2012. And so on, but he said like a lot of people are looking to be part of a story, but in doing that, and being part of, like cosplaying and that, you're not part of the story. You sort of want to believe you are and act like you are and that, and I totally get the appeal. I was big time into Star Wars, but you're not part of that story. But people are looking, they want to feel like they're part of something, part of a story in that, and I think he's really spot on with that. I think he is spot on. A lot of people don't really feel citizenship like they used to in the old days, as far as I can tell. I'll put two of them out. But then he said, and then someone made a point to him that not only can't one be part of those already, because it's a movie, you're not part of it, you're just reenacting it or watching it or whatever, which is fine to do, but it's like it's not your story. And I think that was like, to me, struck me as a pretty like, wow, that's a good, very good point. And then he said, not only that, it's also trademarked and not profiting off you doing that. But yeah, I thought his point of people wanting to be part of a story was that's a very good point. Very good point. 100 messages, let's go, time flies. Glad you guys went before. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would have gone in 2020. I would have gone. I would have. I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight, but I sincerely believe that I would have gone in 2020 in that. I was not a fan of the lockdown stuff. I would have been keen to go, but I mean, people weren't willing to take most people weren't willing to take those risks. But I mean, I'm glad I haven't before COVID stuff as well. But if there was another 2021, I'd be like, yep, let's do it. As you age, you have different interests. They might have done a F code. I think there were. I genuinely think that. I think there could well have been another one, but unfortunately that didn't happen, and it hasn't happened since. And I mean, by 2023, definitely the COVID stuff had like well died down, and it didn't happen. So at this point, I don't think it will happen, because then that was 4 years. So now it'd be 5 years. It'd be half a decade later, which is crazy. That's so crazy. It's such a lot. It's so cool they had it when they did. I mean, it would have been cool if they had it in earlier for Heyday, like if they'd had one in 2018 or 2017. That said, though, there wasn't really many people covering, like if, it's like no one covering it in 2012. In 2013 and 2014, 2014, it was just sporadic people doing a couple of videos. 2015, there was like, that's when some of them, the modern day ones started, but they would have been brand new at it. So 2016 would realistically have been like the first year, but even then they might have still been real small by 2016, like 2016 or 2017 would have realistically been the first year where the modern day regular Heyday YouTubers actually became established. Because it took a long time before that actually happened. Oh, yeah. But yeah, it took a long time, and then by 2018 it was absolutely established. 2017, I'd say it was established by 2017. Maybe 2016, which I wasn't covering it in 2016, but it took a while to get established, but then it became established and became a big thing. Did we get it? Oh, we did. Cool. Not going on that mine. We won all the games yesterday, and we're probably going to win all of them today. Well, I don't know. We still got to... No, not necessarily. Definitely not necessarily. But we might. The problem is that even if they move it a centimeter, then it starts to... There we go. We got it. Yeah, then it's... Oh, yeah. I'm not doing it with the headset. I don't even know if that guy was on our team or not. He would have been real. If they have foreign characters, then they are real players. I wish it showed a summary at the end of who you versed, because otherwise you need to look at a snapshot at the start, like, well, there was this cool battle with that, but then you're like, who actually won that, if you look at the photo back in a while. Oh, I'm already... There we go, there's a... Oh. Anyway, we got that guy now. After all the lockdown, things were different. That is true. The Future Play meetup was awesome, yeah. I'm way back on the chat. That was cool, and it was very brief. It was just me. I think all the others had left. I remember coming back afterwards, and I just sort of felt sad. It's like, I'm the last one. I said that to this couple that had, well, there was 2 or 3 people, and they commented, they talked to us earlier, and that made a remark, and then I went back there. I was at the hotel, and I think I was eating some food. And I was like, this is the last, I'm the last one, because all the others are gone, so it was like quite sad. But it was yeah. And then Sia Chandelier was playing. I'm not sure if that was on the last day. I think it was the last day, but it could have been on one of the other days. I was cool then. I was so happy I got there first, and then went on a walk around the... it was so cool. Like, I went on a walk around the area. I don't know, it's like, almost like, I wish I'd paid more attention, but it's like, well, I paid a lot of attention when I was there. I feel like I couldn't have really paid more attention, like, for the was it 5 days I was there? I really enjoyed it, and I paid a lot of attention to it. To Finland. It was cool seeing what Finland was like, enjoyable. Yeah, it was. I was glad I went. Cool. Side. I think there'd be so many details I'd remember about the trip if I was talking with the others, and they'd say stuff and then prompt stuff. Like, we went on a trip to the supermarket, that was cool. They had this, like, orange system where you could just juice the oranges in the store. I had a wee camera. It was like a budget camera, but it actually got a whole heap of cool photos. I looked at some of them yesterday before yesterday's stream, and I was like, oh, I remember that. Some of the photos were a little bit blurry, but it was pretty good. Like, considering it was like $100, it was like pretty good. Considering like you can get $2,000 cameras these days, which are like nicer, but like definitely not the 20 times or 10 times the price nicer. I miss Battlelands and Rush Wars. They're both such good games. Yeah, whatever game I play, the Galameter. Remember the Galameter? If Galadon stops playing a game, then it's probably going to get killed. That's actually pretty accurate. I'm looking forward to Everdell 2 coming back, but it probably just won't be the same. I know. We'll see. You look back and all this nostalgia. Time flies when you're having fun. Time goes slow when you're having a bad time with parents. Yep. 18, what? That's crazy. Will next stream be in December? I hope it'll be earlier than that. I hope it'll be earlier than that. Eyes? Pretending to be part of the story, yes, patriotism is getting a bad name here now. I mean, this to me, this like wild, like what? But yeah, people really jump on the cosplay thing. In my view, there's not much patriotism in New Zealand, not much at all. But then I guess it could come back to that, the Superman comic back in, I don't know when it was, but there was a episode where, a comic where Superman he renounced his American citizenship, and he says, I am no longer a citizen of America, I'm a citizen of the world. And I think that sort of was a fundamental idea that is connected to what we're seeing now. I think that largely, largely things changed from 50 years ago, and I think that the left gave up on America, or came to despise America, and hence the more globalist in terms of idea, not necessarily in terms of trade, that came about. It's no longer I love my country. It's I don't like my country for various different reasons. Well, in America. But yeah, I'm a big fan of America. I very much like America. You could argue that in a lot of people's minds, the UN replaced American patriotism. Gotta go. See you, Shard. Thank you for being part of the stream. Oh, I probably will have missed it because you said that a while ago. Oh, GG. See you later. Okay, good to have you here. 2017 is Fortnite era. I remember that. I did play one. I didn't play it, but I played one 480p thing. So I wouldn't consider myself as having played Fortnite, other than I kind of did with the one game. I like Capture the Flag best. Yeah, in Cargo Grab. Yeah, I'm a fan of those too. Yeah, yeah. Pico, and then there's Pico Ball and Deathmatch. And I think one other one. Oh, Capture the Zone. Linja went YouTube in 2018. Original channel glitched. I did, we were talking about take pictures when I was there. I did in Finland. I took quite a few pictures. I think I showed some of them in a stream. I did 3 streams afterwards, but then I got sick in one of them. So 2 of them I ended up privatizing. But one of them's still up, which includes some of the photos. It's crazy, but not so crazy to think that... What's the company? FuturePlay got bought up by a gambling company. It was because there's so many gambling incidents. And yesterday morning or the day before, they said on the radio in New Zealand that there's a big problem with kids gambling in schools. And some of them got it from apps that they played, like, you know, mobile apps and that. So it's like, there's a good chance that at least one kid in New Zealand is addicted to gambling because of the ads that they got in games like Pico Tanks. But it's very hard for the, what, I don't know. No, I don't know. It may be hard to, because if Because you think, well, then just like, because they're not allowed gambling ads, so then how do they keep getting through? But probably the gambling companies just keep putting different, they don't categorize them correctly or whatever. But yeah, it's just interesting that it's like, I'm noticing all these gambling ads in Pico Tanks, and then just like then on the radio in the morning, it's like there's a big problem with kids gambling. I mean, New Zealand has so many problems, like, yeah, so many problems, all sorts of stuff, like huge thefts. Ram raids, which is when like kids as young as 12 steal people's cars and then smash them into storefronts to like steal stuff. Vaping is a huge amount of vaping among kids in New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand has a hang of a lot of problems. Big fan of America. Let's go, Shard. Oh yeah, GG, yeah. Oh, you said GG, and then I read Lynn's message saying, see you, Shard, and then I said, goodbye, Shard. Funny. You got gifts in Helsinki, not just Supercell stuff. Yes. Nighthawk gave us these real nice Dutch pancake things. They're really nice. They're like quite sweet. Well, the pancakes are like, I'm not sure, but they were tasty. They were good. And I think one or two others gave something, but I can't recall what. YouTube would never respond to me. Globalism is in, patriotism is out, indeed. For some, not me, on the patriotic side. Let's go. Oh, we're getting off in 12 minutes. Hokey doke, Shard. Australia won the Cricket World Cup. Wasn't India? Same issue here in the US. Stores put up these big concrete bollards in front of stores to prevent ram raids. In New Zealand, they seem to like the dairies, which is like where you like convenience stores, where they put up all these like metal mesh stuff, which makes them look like real nasty. It's like, what, like, this looks like a dangerous place, like, what, but it's just because they get so many ram raids. There's so many stolen cars. I think there's about 100 stolen cars a week in Christchurch. It's, like, absolutely ridiculous. Once one of these people leaves, then I'll leave the platoon, and then I'll message the content creators and ask if they want to play. I mean, they probably won't, but hey, I'll give them the opportunity. It's like, oh, you can call it a collab if you want. Ooh. Stroop waffles. That sounds real. Yeah, that sounds about right. We have to import them here so I can buy Stroop waffles at the supermarket. Nice. I think I'm pretty sure that I then came back to the supermarket, the one that I mentioned yesterday that I was looking for meat at, and I'm pretty sure because I came back from Finland, and I'm pretty sure I was looking in the international food section for them and didn't find them. I mean, international food section, I mean, that's so, like, if you've only got like a small section for it, that's so encompassing. We have got Asian supermarkets in New Zealand, like one called Kensmart, so they have some stuff, but I mean, in that case, it's Asian stuff. Boom, we won without the timer ticking down. Convenience stores, some areas covered up with metal bars. Sad, yeah. I like anything sweet. Stroop waffles in the regular cookie section. I haven't seen them in New Zealand, but then I don't normally buy much sweet stuff. I buy dark chocolate. You see it, dark chocolate. What else will we get? Dark chocolate jerky, ice creams, frozen berries, popcorn kernels, sometimes the meat, one time gelatine sheets, crumpets, English muffins. They were the main products I got at the supermarket. Although at that supermarket I didn't get jerky. I didn't used to buy jerky. And of physical products, and then fresh, that was a whole different story. I liked a lot of things. I liked asparagus, strawberries, blueberries, grapefruit, mandarins, and oranges that were Kerry Sweet. That's a brand. Tamarillos, passion fruit, nectarines, and probably one or two other things I'm forgetting. But I loved, yeah, going to the shop. But I'd often walk down in 2018. You know, so normally like at night, not that late. You know, have it at school, come home, and then I'd walk down to the market, supermarket, and just buy a packet of berries. Back then, $9.50, and then I'd just open it up, and I'd just walk back, and with the packet open, and I'd just slowly eat away at the berries. Normally, I'd just eat the blackberries, and it was just very nice. It's just, you know, might have been, maybe it was like 7 at night, and I'd just walk back, berries in hand, and it was, yeah, it was cool. I liked doing that. But now, berries have gone, frozen berries, kilogram of frozen berries has gone from $9.50 up to about $17 for 1 kg of berries, which is substantially more expensive. So yeah, I used to eat them heaps, but now I don't eat them much. Partly also because I don't. A lot of the brands I didn't like. I had like 2 or 3 favorite brands over the years. I had frozen mango more recently, in I think 2022. I got a hold of frozen mango, 21 kgs, because that was the shipping threshold to get it for free, get the delivery for free. So got 21 kgs of frozen mango, munched away at that over the months. Sugarholic. Why not? I do eat dark chocolate fudge most days. Seems to decrease my craving sweets. Nice. American biscuits are similar to scones, but different, lighter and fluffy. Yeah, that's really interesting. Like in New Zealand, scones are very different. They're just like this sort of vegetable. They're the savoury mix of, I don't even know what, like, it's got carrot in it, it's got flour in it, probably baking soda. It's like this sort of, there's like at least 1 or 2 other key ingredients I'm forgetting, but yeah, it's like very different to like a hard crunchy biscuit, which is like sugar, chocolate chips, flour, and some other stuff. Going to the factory in 5 minutes. Dude, there's the factory. Biscuits. Veggie. They're the only type of scones as far as I'm aware. Well, do you have this? Do you have sweet scones? Oh, they have those things, but they're more like muffins. Like, what do they call them? No, because there's white raspberry muffins. Oh, it's cinnamon scones. Cinnamon scones. That's like sweet. But the veggie ones are the ones I'm most familiar with. And they actually taste pretty good. I haven't seen them for over a year. My nana and my mum occasionally make them. We got the flag. We ain't got the audio. I don't know why that audio's gone, but it has. Oh, there we go. You don't want them to hit it when they've got almost no health. Like, you either want to just, like, let them finish. But you're getting bullets so quick, so you always, like, or almost always might as well try to take them out. Sweet pastries. You guys make me hungry. What's your go-to snack, Peter? We're pulling in the dubs, but we're not getting much variation in players, which I think it's cool if we get some variation players. I mean, it's fine to do it like this. So I want to be getting wins, but I mean, it's pretty easy to get wins, so you can do it with other people, and I like then showcasing lots of different combinations of like playing with that person or those people or whatnot. I was gonna do the mathematics on how many combinations there are if you had 10 or 20 people besides myself. And then without in converse, then 3 of us were together. Boom. There's a win. The red skull looks like ladybugs. Anything sweet. That's very broad. It's very broad. Simon says, do this. He's bot. Brum. Country roads. Take me home. Oh, we might actually max out this season. That would be real nice. Medieval Madness. Oh, that guy was real. Whoa, he was a good guy as well. Boom. Ah, of course. Of course I've reached my friend limit. Donk. I love sweet, but I also love savory, like steak, meat casseroles, beef stew. Tasty. Grassy Galley. I'm walking to the cookie factory. Well, I hope you have a good day there, Shard. Thank you for being part of the stream. It was awesome to have you, although you might not leave right now, but I'll probably miss the exact moment you leave. But it's nice to have you here. Nice to have you part of the conversation. I hope you enjoyed the footage of me playing at Pico Tanks. I hope you have a great day at the factory, packaging or doing to the cookies, whatever you do to them. I'm really bad at arcade mode. He's getting away. The problem is you don't want them spawning in like below, so you're like battling them up here and then they just spawn down there and just take out that guy. It's like, what? No, leave him alone. I wasn't expecting that. Whoa, like right there. It's like, at least I saw him, but it's a bit close for comfort. Pow, pow, pow. And we got him. We got him. Do I like steak or lobster though? Lobster, it's... I don't know if I've ever seen lobster on the menu. Jordan Peterson. Nothing spicy. I do like garlic naan from Indian shops, but I'm not very happy with Indian shops in my area, and I've tried quite a few of them. There's like 3 main ways they do it, which is interesting. It's not like there's just like all the garlic naans are made the same. Like there's like 3 different main styles. Like one is like this, which I really like. It's like quite nice. It's like a little bit oily. It's quite puffed up or whatnot. I quite like that one. Then there's this one where they do all these like little green sprinkles on it. Not such a fan of that one. And then there's another way, which I can't remember. But yeah, some of them I like. A few things I resist. Boiled orca. There's not there is orca with a K, right? Assuming it's not with a C. Oh no, because it's gonna be O-R-C-A. Raw oysters. Oh my goodness, definitely. Heavy mustard flavor. Heavy mustard flavor. Sour pickles. Sour pickles. That's funny. Well, they're not that sweet anyway, are they? I don't find any pickles to be particularly sweet. I've still never had lobster. Maybe one day, with one daughter living on the coast, I'm sure I'll try it eventually. I had my first naan, and my daughter's yummy. Her boyfriend is from India. Good. I do like good garlic naan. Sweet pickles, and I've never had a sweet pickle. That sounds weird. But I'd be open to a sweet pickle. You can shoot over this one here until it's like ready, and then you just grab it. Destruction. What was that other game? Did these move? Nope. Accuracy stats dropping. Ula in 2019. That was a game that I enjoyed for a bit. Hexonia that was another great game. That's no longer developed. Don't let them get it. They must be stopped. Why does this sound go out? Here we go. Yeah, we got it. We got the dub. Look at all those bullets. Why are they like ticking down? It was like real delayed. That is delayed, but not like way delayed. I sounded like the starting thing earlier. Yep, we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. You don't have sweet pickle relish? I haven't heard of that. My mum used to make homemade sweet pickles called bread and butter pickles. And we buy the little sweet gherkin pickles for holidays. Nice! Yeah, 4 hours to go. It's quite a long time. Quite a long time. That was quick. See you, Shard. Thank you for being part of the stream. It was good to have you here. Have a great day at work. Ciao. Oh, we'll definitely be in the top 10 now. These people can be playing for quite a while. It surprises me, the people that I meet. And it's not like they just play for like 1 or 2 games or even 3 or 4 games. It's like they go for ages. My hand. No. My hand. No. Hostile Harbor. Grr. I might go when I'm sleepy. Okie doke, Peter. Time to crank up those subwoofers and listen to this. Oh, I thought that was Lynn saying that to Peter, and then I was like, oh, Lynn's really shooting the gun on saying goodbye to people. Like with Shard earlier, he said GG. GG. But no, it was Shard that said goodbye to Peter, which makes sense because Shard is off. Hello? Oh, that was a misplaced mine. As soon as I saw I wonder how easy it is, I assumed you would say make number at home. Sure enough. That's right. Stay away. If you chase people and they're retreating, that's the best. Because, no, if you are retreating, because then they're running into your bullets and their bullets aren't hitting you. All kinds of bread over the years. Our roots. All kinds of breads over the your homemade peanut bread, which was a bit tricky. Nice. Maybe not till I get my own kitchen. Naan recipes look simple. And I've been paying $4 all these years. Now I haven't actually got naan bread for that long. Only like a year I've been getting it. Communications. Yeah, it's weird how if you go to sleep, like if I went to sleep now and was able to fall asleep and then got up in 4 hours, I'd probably be so tired. But if one just stays up for 4 hours and you're not so tired after 4 hours. Go back, hokey doke. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, uh-oh. One on Twitch, 3 on YouTube, none on DLive, none on Facebook. But you can make it SuperSight. You made a cake, that's much easier. Probably. Oh yeah, that bottom has a bot. It's where convenience comes into it a bit. Like I could try it for fun one time, see what it's like. But to like, yeah. If you like. Well, no, I don't know. If you, well, like if you're on the other side of town, then you just, yeah. Oh, they have this thing called the bomb. It's really annoying. No. Oh, maybe he's a bot. Or no longer a bot. Oh no. Annoyance. Oh, oh. This will be the first one we lose. Whoa, that doesn't look damage. Got it. The NTS song called Why We Lose. Yeah, man, the bomb is so annoying. You're gonna make it home, especially. Yeah, true. Fuel costs be not stonks. Leave him alone. No. Wait, how can he? Oh, you can message that. Oh, didn't know that. can't message him back. Whoop, whoop. It's weird how that's there the whole time. You think like it would be more settings thing. Not that you've changed on a during game basis. You got all that health. Winning. We can't afford to lose it. La 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 la. Pow 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 pow. Brain sounds. Brush it with garlic butter. Hokey doke, Lynn. That's fast. You bet it's fast. Do 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 do. So whoa, we're fourth. Whoa, that was quick. We should get to third today. Those top two are like well ahead though. I mean, to be fair, we probably could get the second, maybe even first, but that's if we play like non-stop for 4 hours. Whoa. Oh, normally not even tired, but it's like, oh, we got like this a long time ahead. Lot of pushing. Occasionally, I used to remember go out to the other room and play for a bit. I almost feel like doing that. But yeah, fourth global for this week. That's a huge caveat. Huge caveat. Like, for this week. And also for 1 out of 3 metrics. So it's like, it's not nearly the same as like with most games where there's only 1 leaderboard and it's been going for like a month. Trovo is ahead of YouTube, so I heard it before I saw it on my iPad. What's it saying? Hear it before you see it, or hear it before you believe it. Here first. Tomorrow's news today. You've heard it here first. I think there's a couple of things. Pow, pow, pow! Oh, woo! I might go find a health ticket. Man, I can do so much damage from just here. Aww. Oh, hello. Keeping distance is a big part of winning and surviving. You can't die if they can't hit you. Well, actually, you still can get a brain. Hello? Oh, hello? Oh, hello? Okay. That's right. Only lost 1 guy. Oh, so close. What? Is it just self-damage? I don't know that. Man, I did not do much damage to that game. What? That thing. Pico Tanks 2023. I think it'll make it to 2024. Will they run it forever? I mean, if they just didn't update it and had the ads in it, then probably that would self-sustain. Ads probably pay for the servers, but then another Pico ball. Quite like this one. Then they've only got the one map for this one though. They've got a few maps for the other ones, I think. But then why did Battlelands shut down? I think it just sort of looks bad having like a game that you've abandoned, so they're sort of like, well, we can't do that. Yeah, I haven't really looked into Boom Beach and how much they update it, like what type of updates. Whoa. Ouch. And that guy's gun just went on and on and on. Rolling. What about that? Oh. This guy can do it. Push. Yeah, what's going on? They can't actually hear me. Yeah, woo! And there we go, rolling. There's the sheep cheering on the side. It's a bit weird, but that's their mascot. It's a lot. It beats me that they've abandoned the game. But again, it comes down to money, and unless they can keep it really profitable, then staff move on. But it's just sort of like this was such a game, but so was Battlelands, so was Bomber Grounds, etc., etc. But I don't know if they've abandoned Bomber Grounds or not, because it was huge at the start for a little while, and then it crashed very fast, and then they then did the reborn version, which was real cool and it was a huge thing. And then there was a huge thing, and then it crashed again. It's like, oh. Oh, never mind. Oh, this guy. He'll probably join. I'm gonna do one more with this guy, and then if no one's there at the end, then I will go have a break. And I'll message the people. Actually, I can message them now since there's a spot. I'll send them the same message. I really copy messages. I'm giving them the YouTube link just because then they can join that easier. Pico. Pico ball. So I'll message 3 content creators. Oh. Man, my goodness. Oh, we got it rolling though. We got it rolling. Whoa, man, it's so weird. It's so weird. You can go, I've never seen anyone go around the back. It just doesn't really make sense. But if you could like fire rockets over, that actually could make sense. Sort of like the, I don't know if the cyclone works, but like, when you're like, you know, you're like, sort of like in space, like you want to go that way, so you're like, pow, you like shoot out that way. Sort of like when I'm trying to push it, like I'm firing back at the people, I'm like, ooh. Whoa. We'll go that way. Ah, get out of it. No, I don't want to go wrong. Cool. Yo. Okay, I've messaged the 3 Pico Tanks content creators. They may not have created content for it in a long time. Actually, yeah. I'll check if anyone's released videos on it and all sorts. Well, one of them was playing Roblox. One of them was playing Geshnan Impact, and one of them was playing... I've forgotten. I mentioned it earlier. Anyway, that... I'll go through and message a few people, actually. Oh, fine. I was gonna hop off, but then this guy joined. Got a user content. Anyone else released a video? Oh, that was 5th of October, my goodness. Problem is that, like, well, the ones that aren't online, they'll then see the message and respond tomorrow. They'll be like, yeah, let's do a video together. And I'll be like, oh, well, I'm not streaming it now. And, yeah. But then I can hop on with them and play games, and then they can do a video if they want of me. Underdog story? That's so funny. Oh, this guy's online? Him, and then... I have messaged so many people on Discord, you wouldn't believe how many people. Oh. Yeet. Can we know them? Where they get nil and we get 15. Oh yeah, it's like constantly targeting the arrow because then the next one's respawn. Mine's the hits just don't connect. Helps to get someone. Two more. Might as well lose track of where I am. Got him. Here we go. We got him. Whoa, very nice. And King is back, has done a heap. Okay, so I'll message him. And then that will be, I will have messaged everyone that's posted a Battlelands video since the 30th of August. So it's unlikely that people who haven't posted since August are regularly posting. Boom. None of them have responded. That's okay. The offer's on the table. The offer is on the table. And it's aimed at any players. But yeah, if I've messaged the content creators that are online and people that have posted videos on there in the last week. Wow, oh there's another one. It's just like a rare opportunity to stream on YouTube at least the game much anymore. Whoa, that substantially increases my health. Ooh. Oh, we lost the guy. Well, they're two of them. Oh. Got a little turret in here, a little top turret. I lose track of like how many mines I still have active because I don't like putting out new ones if I'm already maxed. That'd be so good to have that doubled or tripled for that matter. Okay, so I've messaged 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people offering. They join the stream, they'll be like, well, that's not much of an offer. But it's like, well, look, there's not many people that are normally playing it, so I'm playing it right now. So I feel like just going through and messaging like 40 people, honestly. They might, I don't know, I don't think they'd be annoyed. They can just say, nah, not interested, which is completely fine. But it's like, hey, look, I'm like, someone's actually live for this game. Well, there's 61 online, and then there's 31 that are Pico Tanks testers, and 7 beta ones. You know what, I think I will just go through and message them. Yeah, I'm just gonna start just messaging people. And then they don't need to play, but the offer's on because they're table out. Whoa. I don't think I've ever done that before. Just said like it started because I mean I could have done it for lots of games. Risk, Rush Wars, well no actually not Risk, but games that you platoon with people. That other one that I've already forgotten, but you rightly remembered Linda's one that I played with people. Maybe Bomber Grounds, and I think there was another one. Stumble Guys. Oh yeah, no. I don't know. Well, with those ones though, there was like thousands of people, and it was sort of like, well, I don't know. In some games, it's like
it's sort of like, I can play with viewers, but in terms of statistics, it's not actually optimal. But in this game, it's fine, because, like, you can basically win with almost anyone, most games. So then it's like, it's like, with some games, like, I'm happy to play with viewers, but as in, it's not, depending on the viewer, it's not necessarily great for top quality gameplay, that's fine if that's the purpose of the stream, rather than like we're pushing as hard as we can stream. Whereas in this one, you can actually do both. Like, even people that aren't very good at the game, it doesn't really matter. You can still like if you have 2 good players and a bad player, you still probably will win almost all of them. But normally, it's like, well, I definitely wouldn't message people saying, would you like, I don't know, because like I don't want it to be like annoying, like, you know, like with the content creators, I thought, well, that's definitely fair, because they genuinely might be like, oh, an opportunity. But for players, it's like, well, with any stream, you could manually message heaps and heaps of people, and they might find it annoying. And of course, it's good, because then it helps me, because then there's more viewers. But as in, I just think it will be cool to actually play with some people for once. Like, considering there's hardly any streams on it. So right now, I'm actually doing a stream. We can play together. You can tell who likes each other because there's 3 of you and you can't like yourself. So I think, yeah, nah, it's fair enough if I like say to people, look, do you want to play? And they can say no, and that's fine. I don't expect them to say yes, but eyes. What I don't want is like all of them messaging me back tomorrow saying, oh yeah, I want to play now. Like, or, you know, it's like, well, I'm not streaming anymore. Oh, one of them's in Bullet Grounds. One of them's in Pico Tanks and Bomber Grounds. They're all sort of similar games, and I ended up in most of the circles. Okay, there ended up being 8 beta testers on, and I messaged all of them. And I'll check the chat any moment. Well, after we've got the flag, the first bit's almost always quite pivotal. Yeah, there we go, pretty good. Maybe I should add in the message that I'm currently within the world for once. So I'm not just like this random person that just is looking for players. I mean, I am looking for players, and to them I am random, but... And they're like, oh, alright, okay, if there's some, like, you know, oh, I'd be keen, you know, like, I don't know, that would probably increase the chance that someone would say yes or be interested. Technically, I could have the Discord call and then the audio could come out the speakers and then I can talk to the distance. I wouldn't even need a headset. I don't know if I've ever done a voice chat without a headset on the computer. On my phone I do, or iPad, but I don't think on the computer I've ever done a VC. But I haven't given them my tag in the message. But they could either come to the stream and ask, or just ask in the message. Woo! Okay, check the chat.
No, I thought, like, surely, like, one of them. Watch people, yeah. Well, that's fine if they answer on break, because then I can come back. Thank you for being part of the stream, Peter. And it's just a cool opportunity that people, if they want, like, if they think it's cool to have been featured in a stream, then there's the opportunity. Oh, an exposure. None of them have even responded. Push, push. I love how you can get back in time, but then just like, you've already pushed it heaps, and then you're already back, and you get to push the next one. You get in position before it's even spawned. Hit that. got him. Oh, now I'm getting the weight. You're not a human. Oh, you're sending too many direct messages. Hold off for a few minutes before trying. I don't think I've ever got that message before. None of them have responded. How many have I messaged now? Not one has even sent, like, not a single one out of about 20 or so. Message 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, someone's typing. 24, 25. And I think one of them it didn't go through to. And of those 25, I think only two of them were offline and it were just for posting videos. So and then so one of them didn't go through. So I think that means I've sent a message to 22 people. And not a single one of them has responded. Not one. Oh, and that includes then one person that says I'm sending 2 messages. So 20 people. So of the 20 people, 0 response rate for all these people online playing Pico Tanks. Not a single one has responded. Who's limited DMs? Discord's limiting me. T-Vlice has 5 viewers, even when yeah, it is sus. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yo, yo. Welcome. Gano. Hello. Are you a player of Pico Tanks, and would you be interested in battling? Or it's fine if you're not. If you just came to check out the stream, that's okay. But if you'd like to play and feature, I take it that you're one of the 20 people I messaged. G. None of the people I messaged started with a G. But that's the display name. So Cow is typing. Cow's been typing for a long time. Oh no, that's this status. Oh, got him. Got him. They got me. They got me good. GG well played. I'll show you. Boom. Boom. There they all go. Normally when I send friend requests to people, normally at least one person, like if I send out a bunch of 10 or 20 requests, at least one of them will say, who are you? I guess though, I like send friend requests to mods and whatnot, so that'd be more like, what do you want, or what's your problem, or whatever. But I don't know, that's crazy, like 20 people that are online that have messaged, and not a single one has responded or said anything back at all. Oh, like... We'll give it a minute, then we'll try starting it again. Same with sending friend requests, and then I guess the point is so annoying. Like, it got to the point where like, I'm doing nothing malicious at all, and Discord is making me do, like, a full-on capture every single friend request I send. Every single friend request, you have to do a full capture, and then it, like, fails, and you have to do it again. It's like, what the heck? This is ridiculous. This is to add a single friend, and you say, oh, well, because you've had lots of people, now you have to do a capture every time for every single person you add. Then it eventually cools off, but it's just annoying. It's like, why? It's like, they're probably like, oh, potentially spam or whatever, but it's like, it's not. I'm legitimately adding these people, and then you're just wasting my time getting me to fill out all these captures. Well, they can't say they didn't have the opportunity to feature on a stream. I mean, some of them might have something on and just have Discord showing as online, but there's no way that all 20 of them, like right now, like none of them have even read or... I don't know, it's just odd. It's just an extremely low response rate. It still says I'm sending too many messages, and then probably because then you sent a message, it's like, oh, he's still sending it, we'll reset the cooldown time. It should say, like, it said a few minutes. It's like, well, I think that was a 2 or 3 minutes, and maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and now it's... Yeah, it said that at 3:46 the first time, and now it's been a good 6 minutes. It's like, I held off for a few minutes, and now you tell me again. I held, well, then after that I sent again and said no. Anyway, it's been 6 minutes since that first one. Sent a message. So either it's holding against me every single time I send a message and then resetting it and like, okay, you have to wait again. Or, when it says, like, yeah, just, you know, you send a message, you know, just hold off for a few minutes. And it's not even accurate. Because, like, well, I did. I waited 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, send a message. Oh, no, you still can't do it. It's like, well, just tell me then. Just tell me how long it is before I can do it. Like, have a countdown if that's what you wanted to stop me. Then just have a countdown. Or, otherwise just don't say, hold it for a few minutes like I have, and you keep telling me I'm sending messages. Like, I've sent none other than one other attempt to do it to anyone else. Just, all I'm trying to do is send this person a message, and then you tell me you send 2 messages. Okay, well, I'll wait a few minutes, and you're still telling me I'm sending 2 messages. I waited. What's happening? Silly. No, but I'm interested in the game. Oh, well, welcome to the stream. How did you just search up on YouTube? And then happen to find it? I hate the capture. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I mean, if it's, you know, I can understand if you're trying to, like, you know, using it for information there. But when they just do it way too excessively. Like, Discord, like, every single friend request, like, you have to fill out a capture. It's like, seriously. And then it'll say, click all the bicycles, like, click and click next, and then it'll be, like, wrong, and that, because some of them were still refreshing to show another bicycle out of the thing, or sometimes it will say, like, wait for one, recently actually said wait to see if there's any more bicycles, or before new ones are refreshed. It's like, well, I clicked all the bicycles, now let me through, and then it's like, nope, you failed. It's like, well, the traffic lights. Well, this is quite a, oh, these are real people. Oh, okay. Better put on my pay attention. I'm just so used to just casual, but then you start to see, like, the scores. I'm pretty sure Gizmo's fake, but that Max a long way. Oh, maybe he's fake, I don't know. Just, they don't normally do that well. It's crazy how you can sort of play this game on autopilot without issue, really. I'm just like, I'm not, like, severely focused, but I wonder if how much better I do if I play severely focused. Oh, wow, well, that's cool. I'm glad that you found it. What level are you in the game? And what servers do you play on? When did you start playing the game? So wait. Oh, there we go. It's been 3 minutes. That was at 3:52. But I'll make sure. I'll wait till 3:56. So it's like definitely been a few minutes. And then if it says that again, it's like, stop. You're not being honest when you're saying, wait a few minutes. I've waited a few minutes, and then you keep telling me that. And if you would like a game, if you would like it to play a game, we can do that. 3:55. 3:50. Okay, it's definitely been a few minutes. Are you human? So probably it will allow me to send it if I click Are you human? If it tells me, okay, there we go. So we had to wait a full 10 minutes before we could send another message. And probably any other message I send, it will keep hitting me with the Are you human? Are you human? Are you human? It's like, yes, I'm human. You literally just asked me that, and I literally just proved I was, and then you asked me that a minute later. Oh, yep, the Are you human? Check. At least it's just checking it. Sometimes it like then makes you do the capture. Yep. So that will probably time me out again pretty soon. Check that. Because I'm messaging the top people first, I'm reinforcing the idea that having the earlier name is beneficial. Be interesting to see if there's any correlation at all between people's surnames and like how they do in life. Like if people would see, I don't know, like because then it would be like Sahong or something from China, but if it was like just New Zealand names or whatnot, and then you like did like a Smith versus Z maybe? Smith Z Anderson, and then you saw if there's any correlation of stuff. Sound's gone. Don't think these things respawn. This is a long stream. Like we don't normally do these long ones, but we are today. I'd love to do another what's it called? Rootland one, but I've lost my account and I don't want to look at it from a new account. I want my old account back, but I don't know, I could contact the devs, but then and look at the stream to see what tag it was under. Are you human? Yes. Are you human? Yes. And you're sending too many messages. And none of them have replied. Not one. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. It strikes me as crazy. Like, that's such an incredibly low response rate. Okay, what do we got? Are you human? Questionable. A line bot. Yes. Says, try Well, I technically didn't say it will work in a few minutes. I just said try again, you know? Just keep trying until, yeah. I've been trying for years now, and you just keep telling me try again, and it never works. There was an error actually on a bank group. Was it a bank? No, it was an energy company in New Zealand recently, and they had this like glitch that one customer, they have over 100,000 customers, and one customer spotted this glitch after 6 years. Been happening since October 2017. And it was like, I mean, the company had been overcharging, but by a tiny amount, like by a few cents per month to a few people. And it was because like that for people that used their credit card 2 months or more in a row, they were getting charged a fee on a fee due to a coding error, which is like, that's crazy. So good on that person for spotting it. This one customer, and since 2017, 6 years, and just as one customer after a long chain of emails saying like, what's going on here? That's like pretty clever. Only 2.5 hours so far. Yeah, pretty short. But yeah, after 3 more hours, it will be a 5-hour stream. I don't know. I'm just not feeling it, as some people would put, for this stream, like I do with some. Like some of them, it's like the whole thing's just let's go, and then it's sort of like, oh, I have to finish up now. But now it's sort of like it just feels so grindy, and I think a lot of that comes from the fact that I just feel like this game has no future, no real hope. Like there's like almost no, like, yeah, I've contacted multiple people, none of them have responded. I put it in the chat yesterday and today, and no one's found it through that. Many of the devs have stopped. I don't know. It's just like it's a great game. It's a great game, but I just don't see any future for it. And then it's like, well, I don't know. But then I kept covering Rush Wars when I knew it was going to die. But I don't know. There's just something about it that I just like. Something about the reality that there's just almost no chance whatsoever this game's going to pick up. Because then it just feels like, well, then why am I covering like what I know is going to be stopping? And it's not like you even have like people from free people from the Discord that are finding it now. It's cool that you found it, Guanamone. It was cool that you found it, but you're the only person after about 5 hours of streaming that has found it. Which is, I don't know, it's like, I like to be really optimistic and be like, you know, yo, but it's not what I feel when I'm playing this game today. And I've been playing it a lot over the last 2 weeks, and I haven't felt this feeling before. I don't know, it's just like, I don't know, it's just a shame. Exactly, and it feels like, it doesn't really feel like there is for this game. Yeah, I think that is it, because like, even with when I did the Bullet League one, normally only one person would come. Normally only one person from that was in a clan in the Discord and they'd join and would battle in that. And I think, but that alone did it, because it's like, oh, there's something, this is real. Like, this is a real game that people were playing, and I'm connecting with those people right now. And I think that was a cool thing. But when it's like, where are all these, Pico Tanks players? Like, I've been streaming for hours. It's promoted in the Discord, and we're just, I mean, the regulars, which is awesome to have Eula and awesome to have Shard earlier, Gareet and Sammy yesterday, which is cool. But not in a cheap way. Like, genuinely, it's awesome to have you here. But in terms of like, I was hoping that some new people that play the game, and I'm glad to finally, Guanamo, to have you that has found it. But I was hoping there'd be more people that would come, and it was including through including through the Discord, because Discord people are often quite active. But because what was that game I used to do the other, it wasn't the other day. It was, I think, even Clash Mini, like, would have people that would join. But there was another game that I used to like put out, like, for the squads or whatnot. It wasn't. Oh no, I mean, it was. There was. I think, well, I was probably thinking of Bombing Grounds or whatnot. But anyway, there was, I don't know, just with this game, it's just like, where are the people? And hence, then it's like, well, like, we're not even playing with anyone from the Discord. Let alone, the game having, like, a lot of potential in the future. It's like, even, yeah, I don't know, it's just, I think that's it. I think that's it. Could have been Bombing Grounds. Yeah. I don't know, but it's just a shame. I just thought there'd be more people that would be playing it or whatnot. And there's still so many games, and I'm still like, what's going to happen with them? That I read out the list yesterday. about 7 games that it's like the sort of in limbo, like what's going to happen with them. Even in Rootland, although that was when it was like earlier in the phase, but even in Rootland we had, oh bother. Even in Rootland we had it, like we had that guy that was really interested in the stats, and that was really cool. In Bomber Grounds we had lots of people from the Discord, and Bullet League we had people from Discord. Battlelands we had people from Discord. I don't know, like it's not essential for it to be that case. Like, I mean, I've done many streams, but I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out why this stream I'm sort of just like already feels pretty grindy and just not as exciting as normally. And I don't normally feel this when streaming, but it's like, so it's like why I'm right now I'm like I don't know. Oh, is it? Yeah. Oh, there was 2 of them. Wow. Yeah, VC. Yeah, that's true. That was cool. Super Muffin. Even though it, yeah. And then this game just doesn't really seem to. Which then and then makes me feel like, well, I'm not really enjoying this as much, and so then it's more likely to push me away, which then the cycle keeps going down. Mad's not there. There's not many people on. Not many people on at all. Wee Wee's not on. Mad's not on. Yeah, we're seriously pushing at the moment. Just win. We're getting, moving up the ranks. Oh yeah, message another person. The same person. 359. Okay, we'll try it again now. Nope. Message could not be delivered. Oh, now this time it's because I don't have share a server. Well, I do share a server, or usually, or some other thing. Anyway, so that guy. Forget about him. Where's the tank server? Oh. Yeah, just absolute. Oh, get him. Yes. Oh, they spawned up there. That was not a good spot for them to spawn for me. Oh yeah, they can see me, so there's no point hiding. Nice. I guess, yeah, because we're often, like, people say, like, come join this server or whatnot, and so then I feel like that's very, well, sometimes it is an actual scam, but it's not. I know, like, often people just using messages to just promote themselves, and it's like, well, I'm not interested in joining your server. But in this case, I think, like, well, it's like, you know, it's like an offer to come play a game and feature on a stream. I don't know. I think that's a bit different. Oh, are you a human? Yes. Oh, I couldn't deliver that one. At least, sometimes it does it in the wrong order, so it's like, it'll say like, oh, you got to fill out with your real and what, and then it just says, well, you can't do it to this person anyway, this person doesn't accept it. It's like, come on, man. A lot of people that don't have messages on. Huge amount. That's 3 in a row. 4 in a row. 5 in a row. Oh, maybe that's the reason is because of the other thing. Uh, 6 in a row. I don't know if that's coincidence or if it's just now saying that rather than you're sending too many messages. Just like, nope, we can't deliver it to them. Which then I think, oh, they must have messages too. Oh, wow, what's the sound? Just randomly came on. It should definitely say, if that's the case, be transparent, like, look, we're not allowing you to send it because we think, not just like, just go check out our message thing or whatever, without like, so, is it that all these people have messages turned on? Because there are quite a few people that do, but it doesn't seem likely that 6 in a row would. Maybe. I'll try a 7. Maybe, well, unless I message a person I already have messaged. No, allow me to message someone that I had messaged. Whoa, we're 3rd now. 36 for damage, that's still real low. couldn't do that guy either. It's about 7 in a row. They either don't have their messages on, or Discord's just subtly not allowing me to send them without telling me. This guy? Not even checking if I'm human. 8? Nah, there's gotta be... They just gotta have just... It's like shadow banning. Well, it feels like the equivalent of shadow banning. Like, they just stop allowing you to send... But because normally it just says that if you just... It says, like, your message cannot be delivered. Usually because they don't share a server with the recipient. And exactly. But in this case, I think it's just they've decided we're not going to let you send messages to new people. But we're not going to tell you that. You know, we're not going to ask if you're human or tell you to time out. We're just going to secretly stop you from sending it and leave you guessing whether it's because you just coincidentally found a lot of people that don't allow the messages on, or it's annoying. 3rd now, yeah. Okay, I'm going to go have a break. I sort of want to leave that up, then I don't want people sending... Well, it's fine, but then they might be waiting for me. Yeah, we'll leave that up. We're going to go have a break. Get back. There we go. Not a single person has responded, even of all the ones that did receive my message. Thanks. We are back. Whoa, hey, and this guy will be like, wait, what? I thought you just hopped off. Okay, welcome back. Thank you. Matt is inviting me. How long was I? Let's have a look. Let's have a gander. Let's have a geese. 15 minutes. Time steps. 15. Pretty good. Pretty good. 13 minutes. See if we can send this message. I can't believe that none of them have responded. I'm gonna check out their article, see. Oh, yeah, because my screen would still show on. You don't share a server with a recipient. There's a reason why. Well, that's not the reason when these people are messaging, because that's how I'm literally finding in my server. Okay, so it's not that. What else could it be? It says that they could have blocked me. Well, I highly doubt that about 8 or 10 people that don't even know me would have just blocked me. I mean, I don't know they don't know me, but statistically that's not the case. It didn't happen. Okay, what else? Well, right now I'm battling, but we'll get there. Because I thought maybe a reason is that, like, Discord just auto... Well, but then they're not even saying that, it doesn't look like. Maybe that's quick glance. Oh, so we lost the Australian dude. Maybe, I don't know, is he still online? Or will we be able to check? I think I had a good time to break when I did. I wonder if Mad said every 3 minutes, because he had his battle and then try again. There we go, and... Oh. Finish him. Finish him. Oh, there we go. It's not that you've disabled direct messages on your shared server. Nope, I haven't done that. You have not completed the required membership screening steps in your shared server. Nope, that's not the case. The recipient is only accepting friend requests from direct message from friend. Well, I think it's highly unlikely. 8 people in a row that have all got that setting on. Or I think it's 9 or 10 now. Or you're blocked. Well, it's none of those. It's none of those reasons. I mean, unless it's just really unlikely. Just I've so happened to find more people I've ever found ever in a row. I'll try another person, and what's the battle? So you can't send it to this person. But then maybe it will because it's been so long and they were just timing me out. Oh, wait, are you human? It did. It did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it did end up sending to that one now. 8. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 8 out of 9. I thought that middle one hadn't worked, but it appears it has now. So 8 out of 9 that weren't accepting it. I mean, maybe, that seems very statistically unlikely that's the case, but 8 out of 9, it may have it turned off. Possible. Yeah, another person that doesn't. I've never met so many people that aren't accepting. Again, I don't message that. Well, I do message a few people. Yeah, another person can't do it. Sam, Sharky. It would amaze me if that many people ever turned off. I mean, But it's annoying because like I want to know what is going on. Like, is it just because I've sent lots, or is it because I just genuinely there's a shift in lots of people that now don't accept friend requests compared to what they used to be? And it's annoying because I can't conclude it because Discord. Yeah. Oh, that looked like the bridge. No way, the bridge can go down. Oh, what? Maybe, I don't know. It looked like the bridge. Oh yeah. If you hit it on that, that's a weird ass angle to hit it. No way! That's so cool. You can take out the bridge. My goodness. But I can't decide on I can't determine a conclusion because it wouldn't be unlike Discord to do something like that. Well, because they say, oh, in a few minutes try again and it still doesn't work. So it's like, well, what's the bet that this is just some glitch or something? So then I can't figure out, well, what has actually happened because I don't know and they're not sane. I mean, there is a highly unlikely chance that just all of them just so happen to all have bar like one, and I thought the first time I tried it, it didn't anyway. But yeah, it's like about 8 out of 9 or 9 out of 10 that all I think it's 8 out of 9 that all have it turned off, which I very rarely find people that have it turned off. Oh, it worked for that person. Sparkle. I'm just gonna send it to the beta people, and then I'm done. I don't like having all these messages or are you human? Yes. Are you human? Yes. Are you human? Yes. Are you? Yeah, it's like, oh, at this rate, I'm not gonna be. There we go. There's another one. Couldn't be delivered to Z. Not a single one responded. That's so bizarre. There's so many people now. It's about 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. I messaged 46 people, although at least 10 or so of them didn't even end up getting it. But even so, that's at the start we'd done 20 that it did work for, and now I think we're up to 25 or 30 of them. It's incredibly low. I finished showing where we were going. Nice, eating now. Yeah, blow up the bridge because that could actually be strategically helpful. Oh, yeah, it might have played. I learned a few things today, like the fact that you can, if you message after you were kicked, it then shows up in the lobby. Oh, that was 3 accurate hits. Will I make it? No. Ah, it's annoying when you almost got them and then they do. Oh. It shows none on YouTube, 1 on Twitch. Man, my shots were off on that guy. I'm here none. Shows 0 on my screen. But that's been infamously wrong for years. Those statistics have been inaccurate for years. It became a huge concern for me when I was doing the last to leave the live stream wins $100 and realizing, oh flip, these stats aren't accurate. And then like the studio version would tell you one thing and the other one would tell you another thing, and like we've been here multiple times where we know there's X amount of people there, and it shows that there's less than that. So it seems to really, it's been something that's messed up for a very long time, and they've never fixed it, which is like, that's silly. They should definitely fix it. Yeah, concurrent viewers, 0. Display capture, 0. And you're literally there, and it shows 0 concurrent viewers. It's showing none for a good 10 minutes. 64K. Yeah, it's funny because someone asked me about the 64K if I was going to do the Wikipedia for it. Anyway, yeah. So it still showing 0 after. Yeah, and you just messaged. How does that work? It's had a long history of doing that. That's so weird. You wonder if it like properly counts it once it's processed, or if it just permanently just has it on. Nah, there's just no one. Because then it's like, then you miss out on statistical watch time as well. I can't believe none of them responded on Discord. Maybe it's because I got streamer mode on. I'll turn that off. Oh, but it's only the usernames that have been truanciated. We'll go disable. Maybe there's just lots of people that don't allow you to send messages anymore. No, that hasn't led to any of them responding. I honestly can't believe it. Like, not a single person, and these are all people that are online right now. That's why they're showing up when I message them. Not a single person out of all that list I just can't believe it. I thought like you'd get a response like 50% response rate, you know, at least 1 in 5, let alone 0%. I'm genuinely like pretty surprised. We haven't lost a single game this stream or last stream. We never lost a single game in Bomber Grounds on that certain mode. I can't even remember what it was now. It might have been team mode or whatever. Never lost a single game after all that streaming of it, which was pretty cool. And some of those games were so close, and there was those bots that came in there. That was another really good game. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long Rootland sticks around for, on the assumption that it won't stick around for forever or for another 2 years. It will be interesting to see, like, it will be like within the next month or so we hear it stopping, or will it go on for another 1.5 years? Or I doubt it will go on for 1.5 years, but then I doubt that. No, they could do it in the next month. Well, because yeah, because it came out in 2022, so it'll have gone to 2024, which is, I know, it's just in my mind it's okay. He knows as well. In my mind, it's just very symbolic or psychological, like, whoa, when something is like, even if it was started on the 31st of December 2022, and then on the 1st of January 2023, even though it's only been a year, if someone said, oh, I've played this game from 2022 to 2024, that could be either 3 years or 1 year, like 1 year and 2 days, or it could be like three full years. So it's like interesting how that can, you know, if you did something from 2020 to 2022, it's like, well, you might have just done it for a year or for 3 years, but it just psychologically sounds like a hang of a long time when it ticks over to 2024 and you have the likes of Rootland, which will have been out since 2022, and that other game, Clash Mini, which has been out since 2021. It's like potentially Clash Mini if you say, oh, it's been out from 2021 to 2024, although as of the start of the year people would know it's not all of 2024, but potentially people could think 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, like people could think it's been out for 4 years, maybe, but at least 3 years. 12 on Rumbles every. I don't know. It just seems to like always have, not always, but a lot of the time it has like good numbers, but it just never is a single. I don't know. Like, it wouldn't make, because people, the Rumble search thing wouldn't even be on the Google search yet, because it would take a while to show up. And if it's Rumble people just clicking on it, well then sure, they'll have accounts, so then they could comment, but I don't know, it's like, how can we have 10 on Rumble all the time? When we have, well, 0 on YouTube, we have like 1 on YouTube. I don't know, just YouTube's more popular than Rumble. However, maybe it's just because we show up on Rumble somewhere, and then people just click on it. Or then maybe it's like that, oh yeah, it showed that we had 1 for a little bit, back to 0. Maybe it's that dead internet theory is correct, where like so much of what we see is just driven by bots. So there could be lots of bots that just click on anything. Oh yeah, no, we're on the front page of Rumble. I mean, yeah, we are. That's probably why. I mean, I'm surprised no one's talking. We're on there twice. We're under gaming and live. Oh wow, that's really cool. That's really cool. I'll show you. That's real cool. That's amazing that we can manage to get with there and there. That will be why, actually. Yeah, like front page of Rumble, and Rumble has millions of people that use it. So just statistically, I think that would be real then. At least most of them, having people clicking on that. That's crazy. Because it used to be like way back in 2022, it was much easier to be on the front page because there wasn't many people streaming and whatnot. But then when it sort of cottoned on, people were like, oh, this is a good site to get traction. Then it sort of was like much harder to get on there, but. I was thinking of starting the 24/7 one again. I was just so demotivated. It's so annoying because it cuts out both on their end and my end. And then I'm just like, it's just so hard to like maintain, like keep it going if it cuts out. And I really want to. I've got a dedicated computer now. I'm so amazed and happy that this computer hasn't died yet. Like I thought it was gonna die a year or more ago because it's like, it doesn't sound particularly healthy, but it's obviously still healthy enough to keep going. But I've got this other good computer, however, and I do use it sometimes, but not regularly, but it's like, I don't know where to set it up, like, I just haven't really got room in my room to do it, but oh wow, they're actually doing pretty well, because I want to put it on that computer, well, I don't know, but then I sort of want to, well, it wouldn't, the thing is, I don't want to put it on this one because sort of like will wear it out even more and even faster. But I could do streaming, because on this one is a CPU issue to do both 24/7 stream and this stream. However, on the new one it's really good, so I could actually do both and that wouldn't be a problem. But it's just setting it up, finding the space in the house to set it up properly, not just like in a corner that you immediately access, like a proper screen that I can actually easily edit. If someone passes that person, I can easily edit it. But yeah. I'm disappointed that we couldn't find people from the Discord, especially since I contacted like 25 people, including the people that make videos on it, and not a single person responded. And I hope that they don't all start responding tomorrow and like, yeah, let's play. It's like, oh, like then I'll be like, yeah, we can play, but then you know we have to organize a time that suits us both. I just can't believe it. I don't know, but then that's like, yeah, very much like, yeah, I can see why this, well, yeah, I don't know. I can see why this game isn't doing too well or whatnot. What about swapping out your computers? But then, where would I put this one? Because like, almost all my files and that are on this one. And then, yeah, then I have to log in everything on the other one. And I'm still not even sure with the other one, because I currently have just Linux on it, but it's like, Linux is so hard. It's like, I can get some stuff working, but it's such a mission. Just even get the screen to work for it, and then OBS to work, because I did try OBS on that, but then partly why I stopped streaming the 24/7 thing is it was cutting out after 5 or 8 hours on the Linux one. I couldn't figure out why, and I still don't know, and then hopefully an update's fixed it, but I don't know if it has, and then it's like, So I was like, oh, maybe I've just, because I like wanted to like move towards Windows free and that, but it's like, well, if Linux isn't working, I mean, this is just one distribution of Linux, but it's like, I'm now somewhat familiar with it, it's Ubuntu, because it's one of the only two that natively actually supports OBS, which is like one of the main uses I have for it, but then it wasn't, the OBS wasn't working on it anyway, so it's like, well, it's just so unhelpful. And I wish Linux could take what's it called? Open EXEs. That would make it so much more helpful for me. It's like, can it just be like Windows, just not owned by Windows?
That would be great. Not owned by Microsoft, so it's like you get the functionality and like it actually works properly, but it's just not owned by these people that are getting your data and selling it, and yeah. Then there's the whole OpenAI drama with that CEO. He's managed to, man, it was like he was gone, and then they weren't going to reinstate him, and then he left to go to Microsoft, but now he has, and Microsoft owns OpenAI, or like a huge percentage of it anyway, or investor or whatever. Yeah. And the FTX guy, he was found guilty, the CEO, no, expected to plead guilty, and they're going to have to pay over $1 billion. I think it was like $4 billion, which sounds like a huge penalty, and it is a huge penalty. Although I'm not sure if it relatively it is for that company, because I don't know how much money they make. But this crypto space is so dodgy, because you had FTX, Coinbase. Why is this not over? Coinbase and Binance. FTX, the whole thing collapsed as this dodgy as scam. And then you've got these other two, which doesn't make crypto bad, but it's like this is so unhelpful when your three main ones, and these other two, for like as of months ago, are both under federal investigation, and then Binance has been found guilty and having to pay $4 billion, which is a huge amount of money. And the other one, Coinbase, is still under investigation, and my guess is that they'll be found guilty of stuff. But it's like, this is so bad. This is not a great situation. I mean, I think that there's a lot of other industries that are dodgy as well, but they just don't get investigated. But it's like, this is so unhelpful for, and it's lucky, well, it's lucky for Binance that they didn't have to actually shut down, because I think Binance, at least one of the two is connected to China. I think both of them are connected to China. But it's like, it's so unhelpful if you just want to, like, if you want to, with ease, like, invest in crypto, because I liked Coinbase because it has so many different ones, all these little ones in there, you could do it. But it's like, if they're under investigation, and either could just collapse, or at least shut down, welcome back, Shard. It's just like, oh, this is just it just doesn't, it's not very safe investing. I mean, it's like, well, what do you expect? Is crypto, of course, not safe? But it's like, no, it's like mega unsafe, because it's not only is there the massive fluctuations, but the main companies are like all under federal investigation and could just be like shut down at any moment. So it's like, that's so like extreme amount of like uncertainty. It's like, well, then just don't go with the main ones. Like, yeah, true, but then it's like more difficult. Like, it's just nice if you had some, I don't know, but then there are huge companies, and then typically huge companies are bad, so it's like, I don't know, it's just, but you don't want it so small that it hasn't got good quality services or whatever. Anyway, but yeah, maybe the Bit Binance thing will be fine now, because it's been fine, but, I mean, what's the bet, you know, it's going to be absolutely engage in no dodgy behaviour whatsoever going forward, I don't know, but then what will it take before the FEC starts investigating them again? I don't know. Anyway, they dodged a bullet and not been shut down. I mean, who knows? I presume they can pay their fine. But yeah. Who was that other guy? Oh yeah, no, that's Mark Dice saying out in awards might only be going to January. Which maybe. But then Alex has been saying that for ages. It's getting close to shutting down, but then maybe it's finally, like, this time it, like, really is gonna, who knows. Anyway, yeah, that crypto space, this is just really annoying. What was I talking about? Microsoft, OpenAI, I can't remember what I was talking about before that. I will finish this battle and then I'll read back the chat. Turret did some damage. Oh. Yeah, we should be fine. PC. Oh yeah, having Linux owned by, having like Windows just not owned by Microsoft, that would be nice. I mean, I know some of them are closer to some of them are closer to Windows, the Linux ones, than not. But anyway, so then I was like, well, maybe I'll just put the normal stuff on it, and then it should work.
hacking Vietnamese? Vienna? Viennese biscuits. Haven't heard of them. Cream filling. We have Belgian biscuits in New Zealand. But is that like, I doubt they're from Belgium actually. Come to think of it, they're probably just, it's like a brand. It's like ginger biscuits aren't from ginger. Well, they're made from ginger. There's no place called ginger. Don't be silly, SuperSight. Chocolate sandwich biscuits. Oh, there's a guy called something, was it, I don't know, Joe? I think his name was Joe. And he did a real cool video, one of my favorite videos on PragerU. It was about regulation, and he did tasty cookies for diabetics, and he did a real good video on regulation. One of my favorite PragerU videos. You wanted new type programs. Some have jam inside, some have chocolate. Lucky dip. Sad. See you, Shard Light. Thank you for coming by again. Oh yeah, that was a good. Oh, of course. It's like, how do we do that so well? But it's because like both of these players are like, they know what they're doing. Like, and you can tell, like, we just busted through those three and just, oh, they just get again, and we just like. Don't you think about it. Whoa, that grenade did some damage. No. Oh, no. Oh, rookie. Rookie mistake by my. Here we go. No. Yeah. Back to work for me. Good to see you, Shard. Thank you for coming by again. Oh, it finally shows someone on YouTube. One on Twitch. Oh, I can't overtake Mad for wins because he's literally in my platoon. That's funny. Well, I'm in his platoon in this case. There's no clans in this game, which I think would be cool, but then there's not that much need for clans. How's our rank? Yeah, I can't overtake him. That's annoying. That guy's actually really far ahead. I have to win 40. I could win 40 in 2 hours. I think oh, I don't know if I could actually. I'm not sure. Maybe. 20 an hour. Ooh, 3 minutes. No, I don't think I could actually. And that's assuming that guy doesn't play and I win them all. Yeah, no, we probably won't get it. So we'll probably just remain third. But hey, third is cool. I'm happy with third. I still can't believe that not one person responded. It's like, did you guys actually receive this message? Hello, I'm currently playing, this is my later one that I changed to. Hello, I'm currently playing and live streaming Pico Tanks. I'm 4th global for most wins. You're welcome to be part of it and join as part of my team/trio to feature in it. Here is the stream of me playing live right now. And then there's the link. Maybe they thought it was a scam? I don't know. Third's way cool. Oh, I'm happy with it. Not keep Twitch pulled up today. Why unless it gets busy. Doesn't normally, although we did have an exception to that way back when we played Risk. We had like 1 or 2 days which were crazy. Like we had heaps of people, which was cool. I still intend to stream Risk again. Whoa. The sound, I don't know why the sound just cuts out. I'm not sure if it's a game issue or if it's a air server issue. I'm pretty sure it definitely is a game issue sometimes, but it might be sometimes an air server issue. But yeah, the game, like, like when you watch an ad, it will glitch out and be like, it'll just like get stuck on a sound and just be horrible for ages. But I finally figured out that if you just change the volume by 1, it fixes it. Just like, and so it probably is this issue, because if I change the volume, it comes back. But sometimes it just does a boom and then it doesn't work again. But I don't know, there's definitely glitches in this game, which it would be a better game if they fixed them. Yeah, I'm waiting for my location-based game. It'll be, yeah, if Everdell comes out again, I'm so keen to like try push for like a week
and just like, you know, create a clan. 10 is still so few people, but I'm so keen to just see how we go. I feel like it just won't be nearly as competitive. Like, it'll be way less competitive, which is like kind of cool because then we can be first much easier. But it's also kind of sad because it's the reflection of this is just a secondary game that was killed by SuperSight, and it's the first of its kind to then not be permanently killed. But it's sort of, yeah. Oh, and who knows, because they might have changed it a heap, and then they might have made it worse. I mean, I don't know. I'd say I doubt it. Surely they'd make it worse, but who knows, they might have. I mean, worse, I don't like it as much. But, yeah, we'll see. But we won, it's cool when we won before timing. Odd, but, yeah, I know. And it's like, that would be affecting the experience of probably hundreds of people. Well, not maybe if people either they mute it or if they have headphones and it doesn't, but it's a weird. It's just you think it should be an easy fix because it should be like a basic glitch, but only one. It's back to showing 0. That's crazy. I'm genuinely disappointed. I'm not normally disappointed when I stream, but I'm genuinely disappointed that we just had no one, not a single person from Discord. We did have like Guido come round for a tiny bit, but then it appears that he left after not very long. Leaving Twitch, never registered, always showing 1. None on Facebook, none on. Yeah, it's a weird thing, like, it's because it's the potential as to why they allow people to stream, like, the potential that works out, because the amount of bandwidth that would be using for them to just constantly have, like, streams, lots of people streaming, just masses, like, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of absolutely no one watching, like, it would just be, like, I mean, it obviously can't cost them too much, otherwise they couldn't do it, but like, it's such a waste in a sense, like, to have... No, but then is it sending bandwidth? No, technically it wouldn't be, because it would just like show the image, so they just show the image of the thing, so people can click on it, and then if they click on it, then it starts loading it. But it wouldn't have to be permanently streaming, like using it. It wouldn't have to be running it. I don't think. I'm not sure. Maybe it would. But then like we'd have to get up pretty smart as soon as. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it would. Oh, there's the ball. I didn't even see that. Normally I'm the guy that like that just pushes it, boosts it, but died this time. No, died another time. Oh well, I think the ball is in confident hands. But yeah, I am disappointed that we didn't get. I mean, this was intended to be a pushing stream, like well we'll push, you know, get there. I don't know, but like as of yesterday, I thought I might actually end up streaming this like a lot, and actually like boost our way to getting like a really high up account. But given there's literally been no interest at all, except one person, Guido, that came for a little while, other than you awesome regulars that you'll be here for basically any game I do. So and I'm comparing it to covering other games. So then it's like, well, if there's just no interest whatsoever, and then you could say, what's the time? It's like, yeah, but I've been streaming for 3 hours now, and I streamed yesterday, although that was at the same time. So there comes a point at which it's not just, it's just the time. It's like, no, it's just people aren't interested. And the fact that it's not receiving any updates, and yeah, there's only like 1,000 play. I don't know, it's just annoying, because it's like, it's a cool game, but it'll be a lot cooler if there's a lot more people actively playing it. But then as part of the sort of the psychology or the reality of why games fall, because like you lose that mass and then it's not as fun because, you know, it's not as beneficial to stream it, and then because of that then you don't stream it as much, so then less people watch, less people are interested or inspired to play it, and then it just... YouTube says full watching on my homepage, but 1 watching here, and on mine it says 0. Totally untrustworthy, all these platform numbers. Yeah, it just seems so botched. See, there's my 0. And yeah, I've still got the 1 on Twitch, but that's it. It's odd how the different platforms, like some of them have the chat, like 5 of them have the chat. Like Trovo has the chat, but doesn't show how many are watching. And
D-Live, YouTube, and... Oh, yeah, no, okay, so it's pretty consistent. So, Facebook, D-Live, YouTube, and Twitch all have both the amount watching, and you can see the chat, whereas Trovo's an exception, where it doesn't... Oh, no, it shows it there. But then I think maybe it just permanently sits on 0, because it shows 0 up here. So some of them have like info, like you can see the info of how many are watching, but then I think Nemo TV showed how many are watching didn't integrate the chat. So there's sort of like the patchy bit. So some have that and that, some just have that, or some just have that, or some have neither. But the ones, I mean, integrating the chat I think is the main thing. I think that's a huge thing, because it's like, well, the numbers aren't even right. It doesn't really matter. But the chat is a massive thing. But only 5 of them do that, and almost all of them are those big tech ones. Amazon, Facebook, and YouTube, and any of D-Live and Trovo, but the majority of those are big tech ones. I don't think Trovo's taken off at all. I just thought Kick could be another one that I added to my stream list. I don't think Trovo's taken off at all. I've never heard anyone mention Trovo whatsoever outside the Trovo circle. I think it was like an ambitious China company, Tencent, thinking, oh look, we'll start our own one. But it's just like, because you look at Kick and how quick that's rose to prominence, but then that has had so much money behind it. A big gambling company that's really pushed it, so it's hard to tell how genuine, like sort of how authentic, how organic that growth really is when it's a huge amount of money paying all these people to go to it that's behind it. Even Galadon's moved to it, but like Trovo, I've heard absolutely no one whatsoever. Doesn't seem to be picking up or taking off. Man, is this a real... Oh, whoa, get. Oh, no, it's not played well. Man, it looks like... Oh, no, we already have one. Okay. Because if these are bots, they're doing well. It's very... Oh, there we go. I'm getting it. It's very rare for bots to ever get it at all. They even get it at their site, let alone actually get it in. But sometimes occasionally they do, and it's like, whoa! Wasn't expecting that. But yeah, Trovo doesn't seem to... Oh man, it's like, maybe that's why we didn't do so well. Trovo doesn't seem to have had like virtually any... You know what, I'm just... yeah, no, I'm just going to take it away. Oh. Never mind. I was going to. So sometimes then it can increase their chances if they're able to quickly get it and then pull it into overdrive. Yeah, Trovo is just there. I don't think it's there like nothing. It's just like, I think because its growth was, you know, started and funded by money, and then I think that's all that sort of kept it going, and then it's probably like just not doing very well now or losing money. Maybe not, but it just doesn't seem like virtually... Yeah, I've never heard anyone mention Trovo. At all, other than people like in Trovo, and even that I don't hear anyone mention it because I'm not really in the Trovo circle anymore. Just checking. Oh. Yeah, Trovo was at the start. I was so excited about it. But then I was getting paid to stream on it, so that may have influenced me being excited about it. But yeah, there's times where it was just myself and one other person on it. And then I was like, if it became huge, it would have been cool having been one of only 2 people streaming. But and I was doing Brawl Stars. That was my main game I did on that. I'm glad I did do Brawl Stars a little bit. It just wasn't really my game, which I think was interesting because Bomber Grounds I then thought it was, and Bomber Grounds was very similar to Brawl Stars. But I think the difference was people were so good in Brawl Stars, like what, like so good. If you went to the same profile, people would then be like, "Ah, oh, it's real." Yeah, and then which really off-put me because like I tried so hard and it was just I don't know, people just seem so good at the game, which is not normally the case, and thus it's then fun because you can actually do pretty well. But when it's like I felt like I was like worse than average, and the games that you're worse than average, that's not a good sign. Most games I'm better than average, but although with the what's it called? Age of Empires, I've been playing it since 2020 and I'm still worse than average, like well worse. Like it's a game where if people have me on their team, they're like the chances of them losing have increased substantially compared to even an average player, let alone a good player.
However, it doesn't seem like it's weird. Like you think that a player would be a huge impact, but there's many games where I don't even do anything. I don't even build a single military in the game, and it's already just my side just wins, and I've contributed virtually nothing. Like a little bit of scout information, maybe a market, but other than that, like nothing. And my team still wins, which shows sort of how, in a sense, how it more comes down to other factors like which people have counters and that, rather than the player count. I mean, player count is a big thing, but it's not always the difference. What is this guy doing? Oh. Yeah, I don't know, just playing it today has sort of like put me off pushing, just realizing there's just like almost no community whatsoever, because I was like, oh, it would be kind of cool to push and see if I can get it first for a week and slowly max out the account, stream it lots, but it's like, there's just no one. There's just almost no one whatsoever like playing it or interested in, like, I've put it in the Discord server, you've got over 100 people online that are in the Pico Tanks, I don't know, but then of that, realistically, the amount that would watch it would be way, way smaller. But I don't know, it's just, I don't know, it's just not a game for growth. I mean, which is the case with a lot of games, but some of them you at least get a few, like, you know, 1 or 2 people, but not this one. I should send Slothy a message. I just, like, I'm in disbelief that not a single person has responded. That just beats me. It's like, what? I'm just so interested in the future of those games that I mentioned yesterday. I can mention them again if you'd like. I mean, most of them are Supercell. About half of them are Supercell. Because you got Clash Heroes, it's like, what's of that? So that's still alive. So then, you think then, it should be like, just about ready for global release at this point. That's wild. It's weird, because then will you treat Clash Heroes as a 2021 game or a 2024 game? I think as a 2024 game, because of the fact that, like, sure, okay, you theoretically announced this game exists, but we treat Rush Wars as a 2019 game, even though there's a good chance it got started getting developed before that, just because they hadn't announced it. I think you treat it based on when it's released. There's a huge difference. Like, I don't know, because I thought that games, they normally are 6 to 12 months to develop. So it's incredible that with this one, it's, I don't know, they just did such a good job of like Plans and Heyday, like they're remarkably well. It's interesting that, but you know, with Clash Heroes, it's a very different story how long it's taken. But it's interesting that some of the best products ever, their initial prototypes, like they were inherently built well. Same with like with the Microsoft and Excel and Word and Access. They're like so similar. Like Access is just such a good program, but it was fundamentally built well right from the start. Same with Excel and that. And some of the then best things are the ones that were built really well right from the start. And Clash Plans and Heyday were two cases of that. It's incredible to think there's still 1 million people downloading it per month. Well, it's 700,000. That's just on one, so maybe like 1.5 million, which is a hang of a lot of. It is and it isn't. Like 12 million, it sounds like huge amounts. Then lots of them would go inactive probably very quickly. But it's still a lot. It's still a lot. You know, 12. You know, especially if you divide it out amongst all the countries, and then you account for the reality that most of them aren't English-speaking players. Then it's then there's a lot less. Whoa, got him. Got him. I'm not sure if that counts or not. I think it would. Yeah, there's just so 12. There's a lot of new people coming to Heyday all the time. I don't know if the advertising is involved or not, but yeah. Same. Squad Busters. Yeah, true. I would count it as a 2023 game, and it's nice because it was right at the start of the year. So it's not like a on the brink one where it sort of like was just like right on the tail end of 2022 or 2023. It's like, well, since it probably should be. Well, no, but I was about to say it should be since they started in February. It should be like be out by the end of the year. But it's like it basically is the end of the year and it's still not out. So it's like that's crazy. I don't know. I just like to know. Oh, yeah, it is the final medal. I was hoping we were gonna get there. So we should by the end of the stream we should be able to get that Medieval Madness, that badge, which is real cool. So we'll add another badge to the collection. So it will be 3 different badges, 4 because one of them's a duplicate, because I've got to 2 End of the Roads. I don't know if I haven't featured any arcade. Anyway, I've streamed it enough so you get a lot of good footage of like what it looks like me playing the game. But I sort of, yeah, as I've said many times, I was hoping for, well, I like it with more rotation combinations of players. Although it's nice just winning, that's fine as well. But I was really hoping for more people from the Discord server. Or just searching it up and finding it, but I don't expect many people were searching it up. Especially since it only has 1,000 people. Which it might sound like a lot, but it's like absolutely nothing for a game. Because the amount of people that search it up would be so low. Like, I think with Clash of Clans, it's like incredibly low. Galadon used to, I think, say or reckon it was like 1% or something that actually watch content on it, which is remarkably low. Because that means out of 1,000, there'd only be 10 people, and then that's like not many at all. And that assumes that they searched up like yesterday or today when I was streaming. Which is not very likely. I don't know. YouTube used to be a much better site. Yeah, even under Google, it was. I think it was much better in 2017. Well, in 2017. Then there's the ad stuff. 2016, it was way better in 2016. But it was even better before it was owned by Google. But now I think it's just not. It's just so commercialized now. Like the thumbnails, I don't know. It's just become like TV, really. Which I don't know. People would say, like, well, what's the problem with that? Why does that matter? It's like it's just because like. I don't know why. I don't have a good answer. I don't think. It was just like it worked so. It was just so nicely when it was just natural, it was organic. You had all these people that just ordinary people could just start making videos, and it was real cool. But it was just replaced by all these TV. It just becomes another Netflix. And then it's sort of like all those top trending ones, Jamie Oliver and Sniper Wolf and whatnot. It's. I don't know. I don't think that's a good thing, but and hence the PewDiePie vs T-Series thing could arguably be said that it was actually. I didn't think of it at the time as that. I knew it was a thing, but it could be seen as more than just the 2 biggest channels, because the 2 biggest channels represented something. They represented an individual guy that had just done really well with a lot of hard work versus like this company and I remember people saying at the time, it's like we want PewDiePie represents what YouTube was and is and should be, versus what T-Series is and now. So it's aware there is an argument in that. Well, I thought, I don't know, I just thought it was cool supporting PewDiePie, and I stand by my position in supporting PewDiePie over T-Series, and thought it was a cool battle. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the commercialization. I mean, there was even debate when even Jack Black joined in that. And I think he might have issued a statement saying, like, look, I'm not here to, like, steal other people's channels and that, and, I'm just here to have fun. And that's exactly what he did with the channel. He just had fun with some Shablinski. It wasn't, like, super like his son edited it and all that. It wasn't this ultra-polished stuff. I know, and it's not wrong. It's like, of course, people are allowed on there. It's for everyone. It's not like celebrities can't be on YouTube. Of course they can. But it's just, like, especially with the effect of trending. I don't know, but then it's like, well, if trending represents what people want, assuming it does. If it does, then it's like, well, then that is a real reality. I don't know, but I heard that trending was picked by YouTube people and that, because Leafy was on trending, and people were like, what the heck, how did he get on there? Why did he get picked? But yeah, I don't know, it's hard to tell, like, with videos get banned and videos get trended, like how much, because there's just so many people involved, like thousands of people in third world country people that they just hire. Sometimes it's like, whoa, YouTube thought this, but actually it's just probably this other person just didn't know what they're doing, or inconsistent. I don't know, but YouTube 100%, Google is very inconsistent and very untransparent. Despite that, they just do not manage things well. But yeah, so if that's what people genuinely want with the trending, then that's what they want. But I don't know, it just wasn't, it's just not the same. I thought it was just a real cool, and I think a lot of people would agree with that, with the fact that it was cool when you could have
the just individuals, you know, rise up and become popular. But then people would argue that, well, it was never like that. There was always people, even those individuals. Some of them, or people would be manipulating it all the time, even pre all these companies hopping on there. But I don't know, I feel like it did bring a whole heap of like cool people to the limelight. But yeah. Don't know where yeah, I was just thinking about how YouTube used to be. And then I don't know, and then it's like, it's tricky with Rumble, because like, it's popular enough to be a surviving, self-sufficient service in that, and it's getting better. It's still got some stuff to get better. But but like so much of the audience is, well, I don't know, but a lot of it would be political. Political would be like lots of the trending stuff in that is political, which is fine. But as in, if it wants to like become this YouTube alternative, it's like, oh no, actually they have been doing a lot of good work on gaming. They have, but even if they do good work, which they've been doing, you can't just foster a big enough audience of Pico Tanks. I mean, YouTube can't even do that. But let's say Clash of Clans, like, you have just enough audience on YouTube, let's say. I don't know if you do, but let's say you do. You can't just get thousands of people on Rumble that are interested in Clash of Clans. It's tricky because you can't really. It's hard to get a critical mass of game of that. It's that you can cover a specific game. I mean, there are gamers on there that I presume it is financially stable. Sort of, there's some people on Twitch and they get so popular that people just play those real popular games, and a lot of people are interested in watching them play, which works out really well. But like to cover specific games, I just don't see it happening anymore. Well, not anymore. I don't see it happening. I think it would be difficult for that to work on Rumble. I mean, it's hard. I don't even know if it still happens on YouTube, because I don't know. Like, no, there definitely would be games that do it, but I don't know. It's just the game market is so different from 2012 when Clash of Clans and Hey came out. That was such a good time, but now it's just so much more difficult for just games to sort of get popular and remain popular. It's so difficult. And you do have these fun games like this game and Hexonia and Bomber Ground, but again, they just do the cycle of whoa, the hype, and then they've crashed, and it just go. Battlelands, probably going to be the same thing with Bullet League. Hey, I mean, SuperSight is still remarkable in the fact that they've kept at least 4 games going for a very long time with a high level of success. So even though now they're just failing to release good new games, or that ones that they're willing to keep, they still have an incredible record of having these 4 highly successful and still successful games. Boom Beach hasn't worked out very well for them. I think it's a great game. Not as good as the other 4, but I think it is a good game. I don't know. In my view, it was too similar to Clash of Clans. Like, the premise was kind of the same. Like, you had this base that you built up the defenses, and you went and attacked other islands. So it was like too much like Clash of Clans, and Clash of Clans was like the better version. That's in my view. But I still think it's a good game, but just not at that same level as those other 4. But SuperSight still, despite their immense failings for the last few years, still has that good record of those 4 games that, according to the Sensor Tower, are still pulling them in millions of dollars. However, the failing to get these new games out, yeah. And they've had years to do it now. They've had all these little teams creating all these little games, and they're just not working. But I think this super saturated market is a big contributor to that. But it's sort of a shame, because it's like we can't see those good old days of 2012 to 2017 again, really. 2012 to 2017, or 2012 to 2018. 2018 was, yeah, still a decent year for SuperSight. But then after that, it really went downhill. But we managed to get the Finland trip in. That was cool. That was a high point. It was symbolically like, what some could even argue it was Heyday's peak. Well, no, that it wasn't in terms of search terms, but that was definitely significant. Like, it was the first time that ever, and probably the only time though ever. And it's still good that they did it. Same with Boom Beach. It was 2019 that they had their very first Boom Beach one. Although you could argue that since they had Ricky and Nick and Knight back in 2014 or 2015, that was representation of a Heyday YouTuber or a
Boomich YouTuber, but they were there for a Clash of Clans event or just a generic event. But Heyday, it was crazy and cool that they did have at least on the record, Supercell, and at a time that wasn't too late. If they did it now for the first time, it would be very bizarre and odd, like so much has happened. But they sort of got it, which encapsulated the original Heyday well enough. Because, you know, Silas had been doing it for a long time, and Heyday was still somewhat new in 2019, you know, but now, Heyday is definitely not a new game now, but it still was sort of somewhat of in its old form and old element. Oh, is he gone? Oh, no? Oh, we'll give him a minute. So it's good so it's cool that they at least had it. Like, that is then on the record, but also, like, it was an actual event that people attended, both the Boomich and Heyday. So they only got one each, but it did happen. So, yeah, that was a cool, I don't know, I'm surprised Supercell hasn't played it up. Like, it's such a cool thing for them to have done. I just can't, you know, there's just, like, they don't post about it or really anything. There's, that I'm aware of. They're not like, you know, this was a year anniversary of when we had the Heyday thing. It sort of like was a cool event, happened, not really anything ever since. I mean, I obviously talk about it as this Gizmo and Ricky and that, and like, remember that, and probably the other ones. But, like, remember that, but, yeah, I don't know, I feel like Supercell's given, like, not that, I mean, it's completely up to them what they do, but it's like, you literally spent thousands and thousands of dollars to make it happen, like, just for your own interest. Surely you'd promote that up and you know, show to even other game devs or a photo. Maybe they've got a photo up. I don't know. Just like, it's like, that was huge. Like, I'm surprised they didn't not even milk it, as the term would put it, but just like say, like, look at this awesome event we had, and, you know, we as Supercell and all that kind of stuff. I'm just surprised that sort of none of that, like, I don't know, it's just like, I remember the event, but, like, yeah. No, well, I don't know, yeah, not, like, almost no one in Heyday, who plays Heyday, would even know about it. And even the people that, yeah. I mean, not many people watched it at the time when we did the live streams and that, but, I mean, well, I think, I even see the stats. It was like, I think it was like 300 or something were watching live when we did that brief live stream. We actually did it twice, because the first time it didn't work. But yeah, I'm just genuinely surprised that there's not been more by Supercell. It's like, look, this is part of our history. Like, what other gaming company does that? As far as I'm aware, none. No mobile gaming companies. I mean, there will be companies that do somewhat similar stuff. Well, I don't know. There wouldn't be many at all. But with the computer games, perhaps. I don't really pay much attention to that, so I'm not sure. But these mobile game companies, they do very much do not do that. So I'm surprised that there wasn't like a bigger thing, a bigger part of Heyday history that they sort of like wanted to focus on and remember and point back to and say, look, we made this happen. This is Heyday. This is Supercell. It's sort of like, I don't know. It's like, okay, yeah, we had that. It was cool, and this doesn't really get talked about. I don't know. I don't know why, but it just, that surprises me. I always have so many things to say. But yeah, I'm glad that it happened. I'm glad that there was an actual Heyday 1, you know, that happened then. It would have been cool if it happened a year or two earlier, but, well, I don't know. It worked out fine in 2019, but, you know, it could have. In 2018, it would have been fine to go as well, but it worked in I don't know. It was just, I think they captured that sort of the last moment, like Supercell's end peak of when it, you know, yeah, it was, because they hadn't released any games since Brawl Stars. Brawl Stars was their last one, and it ended up being a successful hit. So they didn't have this then, what's now this long run of killed games. So it was still, even though 2019 their search interest had started dropping off since like their peak sort of 2015 to 2017. They still like, there was still like, they didn't have this killed game streak. There was still a lot of, this is Supercell, they do awesome games, and so then it still was in that time frame, which I think was cool. I think it was just a great. They were just in time before then it sort of went downhill. Oh, crashed. Then I don't think it gives me the rewards. I'm not sure, but yeah. I'm powering through we're going for it. I just noticed the Pico ads all around the Pico arena. Yeah, and then they got Pico Cola and the little map thing.
Tried to cast one on Trovo and it wants to verify. Never done that before. What in the world? Screenshots. Okay. That's, yeah. Trovo and their weird little event things. I don't know. I feel like if it's like really clear, they could make it real cool. But then if they have like, there's like all these different events all the time, which don't really actually help really. So it's then like, it's sort of, you just don't really pay attention to it. I agree. I was disappointed that SuperCell didn't make a big thing of the meetup. I mean, because they did post a couple of things like right after they posted it, both I think to the Facebook, but definitely on YouTube. It was one of the only times I was ever tagged on YouTube. A cool couple of photos of us there, but that was it. It was just like that, and then I don't think they ever talked or posted about it since. Which I don't know, it just genuinely surprised me because it's like surely it's in your interest to like promote this event that you paid a phenomenal amount of money to make happen. And then it was really iconic. It was just, yeah, I just couldn't believe. And then they posted those two pictures. They put out those two videos. No, actually, not just those two videos. They put out all those videos slowly but surely, which was fine to slowly and surely like space it out. Although sadly the views dropped off. It was really sad. Like the first few people got heaps of views. And then I was one of the last, not the last, but it just progressively got less and less and less views. I originally, when they started putting them out, I thought there was correlation between who people found most interesting. And then I was looking at the comments, and like almost none of them had to actually do with the person in it, which was kind of the sad realization that almost no one, like almost none of the people that even watch Heyday stuff and are subscribed to the YouTube channel even care or watch at all any of us YouTubers. There's like the odd related comment, but most of them were just random. Why aren't you doing this? Same with the posts when SuperCell would promote us. The comments were just completely like complaints about permits or whatever, and that had like nothing to do with us. Which I mean, it's fine, but it's just like, like that's sort of like how incredibly unwell known we are and how little people care about the Heyday YouTubers. Which I think is just, that's the reality, but it's sort of just then sad because it's like, I mean, there's no expectation they do care, but it's like, it's like just not a good reflection that we have much standing or much following in the community, which we don't. But it's like, I wish it was the case, because in Clash of Clans it's not the case. Like Galadon has huge amount of sway. Well, he did at least, and lots of people followed him, and heaps of people knew who he was. But in Heyday, it just wasn't the case. It was a bit weird. But so it just like those videos. But I don't know, because yeah, they got less and less and less views until they got like, it started with like 300,000 or 400,000, and then dropped to like the last ones we had like 70,000 or 40,000 or something. But that was fine. But yeah, so there was those videos that they put out of the individual questions answered, which is so cool. That is so cool. They had that series, but that was not to do with the Finland trip of the different Meet the Farmer. I think that was a real cool series. I genuinely think that was a really, really cool idea. And it was cool that they met with the top person in the world to do it. What was his name again? Umit. Yeah, that's right. Umit Ukid. Was it Turkey? Not sure. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Turkey in the last wee while, because they had the earthquake, they had the election, a couple of other things, I think, regarding Russia-Ukraine. Yeah, a few Turkey-related things. Yeah, so they put out the videos and then a couple of photos. Other than that, I'm unaware of any other stuff they ever did referencing it, and that was almost all within, I think that was all 2019, and then ever since, I don't think, which again, it's just completely up to them what they do. There's no, I mean, I expected it in that I thought they would, not as in they better put it, like, completely up to them what they do. I don't know, it's just genuinely, like, why didn't they, like, yeah, I mean, it would look good, I would think. I don't know, but then it's like, well, maybe then they thought if they promoted it to their advertisers or funders, the funders would be like, well, what are you doing spending the money on this? But then if that was the case, then how did they get approval? Or why did they do the trip in the first place? I don't know, just like, I genuinely don't know why they didn't promote it more. Given like, it was just, in my view, so iconic. But again, I was like there and part of it, so it's almost like, of course I'm going to think it's iconic. But I genuinely, objectively do think it was iconic, given it was the one and only Heyday event ever. Of like an official SuperCell endorsed, SuperCell specific event. So Ricky was on at least two other events, the 2015 one, and I think that was so cool what they did with Clash of Clans, and that the YouTubers versus Reddit, and the first. The YouTubers, that was just so cool. I remember watching that in 2015, and it's just like, that is the most awesome thing. Little did I ever believe that I'd actually be there a few years later. I was like, it'd be so awesome just to be a participant, you know, or be a good player that's in the battle, let alone one of the content creators. But then it's sad when I reflect. I was like, I was becoming that, and now Supercell's games have just sort of dropped off, and I'm no longer part of that at all. But yeah, so it's so weird. But I'm still I still cover their games sometimes, like with the Clash Mini, and I'm still around on YouTube, and I still have somewhat connections with the other YouTubers of Supercell. I have so many friends on Discord. Friends being like as in Discord friend, not like in real life or whatnot. But yeah, like people that are added as friends. Lots of them I've never even spoken to. But lots of Supercell related people that have watched my content or are good at the game and that. Yeah, so it's sort of weird. Like, I don't know, but I thought it was so cool that they did that event. Yeah, like objectively like powerful that they had actually done this Heyday event. But it's sort of like, what of it? But yeah, it was because it was the one and only Heyday specific event. I mean, I know there's been fan meetups. I know there's been fan meetups, but like not a Finland Helsinki specific. Well, it's just like yeah. Anyway, you know what I mean. Like that it's organized by Supercell at the Supercell HQ. Whoa, that's a long drive. Oh yeah, you're still gonna play while driving. I hope not. Yeah, the only one of its kind, but it's sort of like that. There was like history, like not really talked about. It's sort of odd. Occasionally, I still get people asking while I do Heyday again, but it was just so sad. Like I genuinely enjoyed covering it when I covered it. Although even then there was patches where I'm like I don't really enjoy it. Then I did a video of I love Heyday because I really enjoyed it, so I sort of was a bit patchy in that. But overall, I did really enjoy it. I did get very frustrated with a lot of things in it. But the amount of people that like watched was just not many people, and it turned over so high. Like every 1 to 3 months, like almost virtually all the people were new, which is so sad. Like you just don't have like a community that's sort of building up and that. On Discord, I mean on YouTube, we're finally, we got Lynn, we got Shardlight, we got Great, we got Sammy and a few others that come by, which is awesome. But with the Heyday, it just was just so, if you like, the turnover was just so high. Like you didn't really get to know anyone. Like you'd have people that would ask a few questions, say, "Oh, nice video on that," and then you just never see them again. And it was just the turnover was so high. But then there just wasn't this. I don't know. I hated to keep saying that because it sounds like, well, so you're just doing it for money. It's like no. When I started when I started doing it, the money wasn't the consideration. It was like, this is a cool game. It'd be awesome if this could become a career doing this. But it was just, I became so aware of it's like, well, I just can't, it's not sustainable. I can't just cover this every day or, lots. If it's just like, I'm not getting almost any income from it. That's why it's made it a big issue to say, like, the income is a huge factor in this. I can't do it without income. And that. But unfortunately, that never changed. I pushed so hard for there to be updates that actually had, I really made my case in that, well, for removing price caps and stuff like that, but I really wanted a feature that would make it competitive, which, of course was optional. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. But then there was a reason for people to search on Heyday. YouTube's like there was in Clash of Clans, and thus like Clash of Clans had a lot of search interest because people had reasons to search up, okay, how do I do this strategy in that? So I was like, we need that in Heyday if this is to be a sustainable game that people are actually searching up and watching, and thus then us YouTubers of Heyday can make a living covering it. However, that unfortunately never happened, and as a result, it was never sustainable for me financially for me to cover Heyday. I mean, I was at school and that, so I could just do it. And I mean, I could, even, with a normal job, do some, videos of it and that. Not huge coverage of it, but I could do, a video here and there. But, yeah, I was hoping it would become a more permanent thing in that. And it was looking like it was going to in 2019. And that was because I diversified far more than just Heyday. I'm like, okay, we got Heyday going. And then I'm like, well, Heyday is my main game, but then in order to financially, to keep covering Heyday, it's not financially sustainable, so how about I find some games that are, so then I can still keep covering Heyday while I do the other one. And that's exactly what I did. I was doing Heyday, doing Battlelands, doing game review, and then I was doing Rush Wars, so I was doing, and Go City, I was doing so many games at once in that.
Really just trying to find a game that would be a hit and enough to then be financially sustainable enough so then I could keep covering Heyday. I have to watch your live yesterday. All good. Lots of good games. Yeah, but then again, Rush Wars died, and then Battlelands dropped in interest, and then eventually Battlelands died, and all these new games I tried, most of them died or didn't take off. Yeah, and then it was sort of, then it was by the end of 2019, it was just really sad. It's like, well, Heyday's not picking up, Battlelands interest has dropped off, Rush Wars has been killed. There's no other new games announced from Supercell, and then it sort of, and the 24/7 streams weren't working out, and then eventually, and then a few months later I got banned, and then it's like, well, that whole thing is gone. And then eventually I got reinstated, but my channel, and I was like, but then for like months it just like wasn't picking up. It was like 90% less revenue and views and whatnot. I'm like, that's not right at all. I was waiting for it to then bounce back, but it never did. And then it was like, oh, okay, it's just my channel was like absolutely stuffed. Like, it was getting a few views, but hardly any. And I used to like rank first on over Heyday terms, and then it just been deranked or taken out. Through a mix of factors, both there'd been another YouTuber or two that had then made videos, basically what my videos were, since I was then gone, and then their ones then ranked up first. Although some of them were when I was, I think they were when I was doing it. They were, so when I was around, like, 2020, they then copied lots of my Heyday videos. Not like they made their own version of it. But then there was ranked second or whatever, and I was there. But then when I got banned, mine was removed, so theirs bumped up to first. But then I came back, rather than me getting placed back where I was, I wasn't. I was placed either second or not ranked at all. And so then their videos, which were based on my ones, were getting all the interest, and my ones just weren't getting traction at all. And I was like, well, I'm unbanned now. Like, it was a wrong ban. YouTube stuffed me up and banning me. Now they can rectify it and put me back where I was. But they didn't, so then my channel was like well and truly stuffed, and it has never recovered since, which is a shame. I did get a little bit of traction when I did the Everdale, but not that much, and it didn't last for long. And so then it's like, well, that's real sad, because then, but yeah, I never was able to make it profit. I was never able to make it financial, and I put a lot of effort into it. But nowadays I don't put that much effort into it. But I used to put so much effort into it. But now I'm demotivated because, like, well, I don't really want to do anything on YouTube because YouTube's just so dishonest, so untransparent, such an awful company to work for. And then it's like, I could do Rumble, but then the gaming stuff isn't going to work on Rumble. So it's like, I can't upload it, not very successfully. So it's like, I can't upload it to that, but then, nah. And so then it's like, well, I can do these 24/7 streams, which I'm doing, but then, like, they keep having all these crash issues, or like, yeah, either it would stop on my end, it would stop on their end, or the website that like had the numbers would stop working, and so it's like, oh, this is so like frustrating. So then I sort of stopped doing that as well. But then that's where I sort of am, where I occasionally do gaming streams, occasionally set up a 24/7 one, but it's sort of like, it just didn't work out, and I really hoped it would. But if anything, I'd say it's less likely to work out now. Well, both because I'm demonetizing YouTube, but mainly because, like, the games just don't seem to work out now. Like, there's just, like, I don't know, it feels like the game, like, since 2012, and it got worse by 2018 or 2019, but now it's even worse, because there's just so many games, so many money grab games as well, that manage to rank real high first, or, well, sometimes first, but, like, real high in the Apple stuff, which people just play these, which are just silly games with full of ads, and that. And I'm so disappointed that there's so many good old games, like Temple Run or whatnot, that just don't even show up at all. People can't find them. And there's someone that I talk to, and he's just like, it's so stupid that they don't have an all-times list for Apple and Android games, because so many people would play those old ones. But if you haven't got a list, people don't even know they exist, and then they just sort of die out, because it's like, there's just so many ways for the game to die, like, including the fact that the search result doesn't show it up, and then it's just no traction. And it just sort of like with Mario Kart, the day I was ranked, it was like basically the same stream. The day I was ranked, with the same amount of people searching it, the day I was ranked first, boom, we have hundreds. We have the most popular stream I've ever done in the history of my channel for most concurrent viewers. Next day, virtually no one watching because YouTube, for whatever reason, has just not put me up the top, and so suddenly I get no traction, and so then that's the end of that. But it's crazy to think, if they'd put me at the top again, then I would have got another 300 to 400 people watching live, and then we'd keep covering Mario Kart, and who knows where that would have led. But it's like so like crazy. Like you can't control what YouTube's doing with the algorithm or Apple's doing with the algorithm and that. But yeah, then it's like that's sort of the sort of story of where I was at. I was so hoping it would work out financially viable with Heyday, but it didn't, and I just could not find another game that would make it work. Then hence I had a hope because people say, oh, we'll cover Minecraft or whatever. I did a little bit of Minecraft, but cover the existing. But it's very hard to grow an audience on an existing game. Because originally when I was going to start doing my YouTube videos in 2017, I actually wanted to do Clash of Clans. That was my preferred game, and I'm like, look, Galadon already covers it. A lot of good people already cover it. There's going to be no unique selling point as to why people watch me, and so that's why I went with Heyday, because I was like, actually, there is a gap in the Heyday market. Oh, it's this way. That I can. There's not many people covering it in that, and they don't do them extremely polished and edited like in Clash of Clans. And also, I can actually, I have this unique selling point of how to make coins faster than honeybees make honey. So that's why I ended up going with that one. And so these existing ones, like first of all, I don't play the shooting games like PUBG Mobile and Fortnite or horror games or any stuff like that, so, or sport games. So there's a lot of genres I don't even play. I still play a lot of games, but not some of those main ones. And lots of the shooting ones are the top, first-person shooting ones are the top mobile games there are. And it's like, well, or the sport ones like NBA, 2K or whatever. But I don't play those ones, so then it's like, well, there's not that many options. And then even of ones like Minecraft and that, there's so many established good Minecraft YouTubers. There's not really any reason to watch me because, again, I'm not that funny. I don't do good edited videos. So my main unique selling point of games is that I'm actually really good at them. But I can only do that with games I'm actually really good at. And I mean, I wasn't really good at Minecraft. But I actually was really good at Heyday and a few of these other ones like Rush Wars and that. So yeah, and so it was hard to, so for ones that were already established, even if I was good at like Minecraft and that, it would have still been hard because there's already, so it's like my main focus then was on new games. It's like, okay, we have to find new games and that, and hence I was so focused on if new games came out, we're going to do a game review of it and that. And hence I'm so, like, even now, to this day, it's still like, I'm still watching these Supercell games and that, because there's a very low chance that one of them does become popular and I'm actually good at it and I start covering it from the start, and not necessarily just Supercell, but other companies as well. And if that happens, maybe it could become financially sustainable. But then again, even for the game devs themselves, it obviously isn't financially sustainable. And that'd be the ones that would make the most money, you'd think. You'd think that the game dev would be making it. Oh, you're watching, hey man. You probably won't know what sort of Supercell stuff I'm talking about. But then, and so then if the devs can't even sustain it, well then the YouTubers certainly ain't going to be able to sustain covering it and that. So, and so even if I did find one for it, they're a little bit profitable, then it would drop. I don't know, it's like, I'm good at games and I can do it, but it's just so hard to find one that's, even financially sustainable for a little bit, let alone permanently. But even if I found a little work, maybe then I could pivot, finding other games. But it's a very difficult, very volatile market. And nowadays it's like so hard. Like, not just for how I don't like YouTube, but it's so hard to just get recognized. Because now what happens a lot more, and this is my view of how it works, is that if there is a popular game comes along, like Among Us, then all these other top YouTubers, which is fine, totally fine, that will, all these currently top gaming YouTubers, rather than gaming YouTubers being specifically focused on one game, they're like, oh, well, we'll just do what's popular, which makes sense. It's exactly what I'd be wanting to do. And so then, oh, okay, Among Us, we'll all switch to that. So rather than it being a chance for all these new Among Us YouTubers to come up, well, all these people, existing ones, just jump on it, and then people just watch those ones, and those are the ones that get the top featured videos, and people that watch gaming that would have otherwise watched a new Among Us YouTuber, if none of the ones covered it, end up just watching the existing ones, which is totally fine. I mean, it makes sense completely, but then it just makes it much harder for new ones to come through, and it's been especially hard for new Supercell ones to come through, considering all their games have died. So you have seen people like iPsycho and that cover, I mean, and maybe he sort of did make it, because Supercell sent him a shirt of Clash Quest, which was cool, but largely the people that, like, there was a guy, Clash with Style. He was really good. He was real cool. He did some stuff, but there's just been no opportunities for new Supercell YouTubers come through because all the new games have died, other than Clash Mini and that. So you got a few people covering that, but it's it's still like, what's going to happen with it? It still might die after all this. But yeah, and people, you know, people can become Clash of Clans YouTubers now, Heyday YouTubers now, but I feel like the appeal is a lot less. Like, it's a lot less exciting. It's been out for so long. Supercell's games aren't doing as well, especially the new ones. So it's just like, there's just not that opportunity for those new ones to come through. So it's a very difficult market. It's a very difficult market. It's obviously a difficult market for Supercell to be releasing games. It's a difficult market for devs to stay in business, like Arcade Panda, like with lots of their staff leaving and not many people playing their game anymore. It's just really, really hard. And then as a YouTuber, with demonetization issues, with YouTube being an awful company, not transparent and consistent with their enforcement of stuff, even when because I was a very family-friendly YouTuber, and I had so many problems with YouTube, so many problems. My videos would get demonetized and all this rubbish in that. So, like, you know, under review for like 3 years. Like, you know, it normally takes a week, and they took 3 years, and they still, even when I was banned, as of like when I checked it a month before I was banned, they still hadn't, whoa, they're capturing this, they still hadn't got my account, they still hadn't reviewed it or whatnot. It was the streams, it didn't really matter, because people couldn't watch it anyway, but it's just like, that's just not right. So yeah, there's just so much, and it's just so much harder to succeed on YouTube now. So yeah, in other words, don't become a YouTuber. I mean, you're welcome to try, but don't attempt it with any, like, well, I don't know. I just warn against being thinking I'm going to be a YouTuber. It's going to work out, because the chances are it almost certainly won't. Even as of 2016, the chances you'll be a successful YouTuber were incredibly low. For a vlogger, the chances like 1%. The highest percentage was news and politics, and that was only 10%. So even 9 in 10 people trying to become a news and politics YouTuber as of 2016, 9 out of 10 would still fail to become like a popular one in that. And since then, it will become much more harder. 2016 was years ago now, and that was in a much better time in YouTube. So anyway, oh, we got 3 watch on YouTube. That's nice. Payne, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. But yeah, that's sort of a hope of my long attempt to become a YouTuber, but how it just has not worked out. Unfortunately, I didn't do it in the other games I branched into. We're good at the time. Temporary booms with Battlelands and Rush was ultimately, they both died, and it just nothing came along that I was looking for. And it's not just me. There's like the Supercell YouTubers that are existing ones. It's just sort of been dropping off or bleeding off, which is just I think it's just been a shame what's really happened, what could have been, which hasn't been. You know, it's not entirely over. You know, there's still some games Supercell's got in the works, but largely it just hasn't worked out for people. And so even though Supercell's still making revenue on those games like Clash of Clans and that, their search interest is not nearly what it used to be back in 2015. So Google Trends as like Pew Research is another thing I like to look at lots. And then when I say, oh, this was interesting, then it's actually based on facts and stats, so I can actually talk about it with like my views then align with when it was actually trending. So then, because sometimes like someone said to me, like, oh, you know, Catan used to be way more popular in the day, or whatever. Anyway, I looked up the trends, and there was no correlation between that, what it said. And there'd be things I say in that, and then I'd think, oh, I remember it was so, but there'd be sort of different factors, which meant it wasn't the case, even though it seemed like the case. So I like to then look things up and see when were the games actually popular and all that kind of stuff. So I'm basing it on what the polls show and stuff like that. Polls can be wrong. And they are wrong in many cases, but as a general rule, that'd be a decent idea of what's going on. I'm gonna read back the chat after this. Man, we're getting it. Whoa, we're getting it. Oh, yeah, it's on. We're good. Well, are we? Yes. Yeah, we've only got like an hour to go now. Oh, there's been a bit of chat. Ricky kept mentioning it for a while, but the crazy COVID response seemed to kill everything. As in, he was hoping. Well, yeah, I'm going way back in the chat now. He was hoping for it to happen again in 2020. I was hoping it was. I was like, you know, this could happen again. And I was like, but then, yeah, unfortunately it didn't. And now it hasn't happened for years. And then I don't see why it suddenly would happen again. And I don't know if there's anyone that is now at that level of because if it did happen again, I'm sure Oh, this guy's probably off. I'm sure that myself and Silas, well, since we don't cover the game anymore, wouldn't be have a good trip. Wouldn't be going there, but I don't know if there's be any more people that reach the threshold of going. Oh, no recent. I thought we did have some people earlier, but then I had the friend request, so I didn't send it. That would be a shame if I missed the opportunity to add them. So, only one person. That's weird. Oh wow, there's been hardly any. No way, they dropped the Meet the Farmer stuff as well, and they had a kitchen. Because I remember, I remember them saying that they were going to do the final episode of Meet the Farmer, and that just slowed down. That's sort of crazy. I don't know. It's just the death spiral is just so strong, and just so many models in that. Because it's like, so you get rid of the staff from the team developing the game, or people making people excited with the Hater Kitchen stuff and that. And then then people are less, and then it just happens. Trovo constantly has these little, yeah, okay, yeah, man, it was a while ago I said that. Yeah, it's sort of like, if they were actually really helpful and like financially beneficial or some cool thing for you guys, then it would be like, okay, but I don't think they are. They're just sort of just these custom themes of these things that like mana or whatever that does like nothing, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm too skeptical of it. I don't really understand the system, but then that's part of the problem. Well, then I'd say they should make a system that's more understandable. I mean, it's easy to say, but I don't know, it's like, I stream there lots, and you're on there lots, Lynn, and you don't understand it. And I mean, I sometimes click on it, and there's just sort of all these things that you can click, and I don't really get what they are. I mean, I think that is a fair argument, that like, things should be really understandable. So like, even if you don't use it much, you should be able to get it. And if you don't, then it's like, then I think that generally, not always, but generally would then show that the product isn't as clear and concise as it should be. Like, what does this event do, and what is? But even, yeah, I mean, even when I try to get like check stuff or whatnot, it's sort of like a bit complicated to navigate. Or how do I check how much funds I've got? I can't find the page. But Hades still like doing really well. Like, it's still getting, according to that, $6 million on one platform alone. So it's like 12 million a month, which that's really good. Because that's then 100 million a year still. That's a lot of money. Not sure we can blame COVID for, no, I don't think. No, because COVID's over, so I don't know, there'd be things that didn't stop, then just wouldn't start again, but there's no reason why they would just continue Meet the Farmer thing. I was going to do a recipe, the amount of things that I then haven't done as a result of not being able to get stuff off my device. Because I recorded the video of doing that. I did the not the honey cake, or what, the lemon cake. I did a video of it, and it's recorded, but I couldn't get it off my iPad, and I still can't. And then, so I never edited the video of it, and then that's that. Which I was going to, then, because I was going to do one every year, but then I couldn't get that off, so then it's like, oh. Got him. Ricky manages job in heavy heyday, but I suspect he's chronically sleep deficient. He's very impressive in how he gets that much done. But yeah, it seems, I don't know, it seems like it would be very hard on him to be doing what he does. Like, doesn't seem that balanced. How are we going for wins? Damage, still only 25th. That's crazy. Wins though. Why? Oh no, it's only an hour though. I don't think we can, but we're not that far off first, especially since Mad stopped. Oh, Mad just went just above him. I made about 10. Wow, 10 of the hated recipes, but I stopped. That's a lot. I love the variety of your miscellaneous game reviews. It was cool doing them, and I've got a few lined up. But then I don't know. I guess psychologically, it's the thing like. Realistically, if there's going to get any traction, you put these random small games on YouTube, but I'm not uploading to YouTube, and then it's like, well, I can do it to Rumble, but it's like, it's annoying. It takes annoyingly long to upload to Rumble. They might have fixed that, but it's like, it's just going to get like no views, basically. It's like, there's just not really any point in terms of for a growth reason. And it's like, I could just do it for fun, but then it's like, it's taking up time where there's a whole heap of other things in life that I want to be doing, so it's like, it's just annoying because there's not much that's profitable. So it just like this stream, but that's okay. But I don't know, the games I just haven't got the motivation to make videos of them, given that like almost no one will watch them. And I don't know, it's like it's just tricky, and it's just a shame because I wish that YouTube was a great company that was #1, and you could put your videos on there. I mean, it still can, but well, I wouldn't get monetized at all. But that's not the reason why I don't upload them. And just like I want to give YouTube less attention and give more attention to the other ones. But and I wish that the Supercell games that I'd covered, like Rush, if Rush was gone global, it's hard to imagine how different things would have been. Could have ended up for the worse, could have ended up for the better. I mean, I've done and learned a lot of cool things since then, which I otherwise probably wouldn't have if I'd been covering Rush Wars. But it's like I can't help but think that I would have made it to 100,000 subscribers if Rush Wars had gone global. Like, if you suddenly had an influx of potentially millions of people playing Rush Wars, and there I was with one of the top plans in the world, as one of the top players in the world, it's hard to see how that wouldn't have led to a lot of growth. And so it's sort of sad to think what could have been, but that is what it is, so I have to move on from that. But, sort of just things could have been so differently if that game had gone global, and then it's sort of like, and then it's like, I really enjoyed, it felt like Everdell felt like Rush Wars 2 for me, and it was ultra competitive at the start, but ultimately it wasn't really a game that people would watch. So even though I was really good at it and it was competitive, it was pretty self-evident kind of the strategy. And so thus it wouldn't have been a financially sustainable game because not many people would watch it. With Rush Wars, there would have been a reason because like it actually really mattered what troops you placed and whatever, and I knew which ones were good. I did my tier chart. I watched the tier chart the other day. That was a cool video. I have I can't remember the game like at all anymore. So it's like when I said I was like I don't even remember some of those troops. But yeah. I don't know, it's just sort of interesting how things have worked out. Not how I'd expected or hoped, but, could lead to something much better. Yeah. Did we get that? Yeah, we got it. Oh, that must be my bomb. Rumble mostly... Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the 24/7s. Which, I can do... And even Dan Bongino, #1 on Rumble with, like... 2+ million. He retweeted my thing. I was really happy with that. That was real cool. Yeah, but it was just so frustrating with the cutouts, which there was definitely some on their end. Like, definitely some on their end. I think at least 2. Which might not sound like much, but I think they were ones that guy's profile is so, because like it looks like it's inactive. But then it looks like we're going to max out the Medieval Madness thing, which is cool. I don't think we get to first, but we've certainly made a lot of progress on the account, but then I'm probably not going to stream it again, given that there's like no one that's actually playing with me, which is fine. I mean, it's just like, it is fine and it's not fine. I mean, it's fine, that's okay. But as in terms of me doing lots of regular streams of this, probably not. But yeah, the 24th, but yeah, so, because I had it, it'll go for 28 days and be picking up steam, and then it would get killed, and I think there was a glitch on Rumble's end. Some kind of cooking club would have been fun. But nobody I knew was interested. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, it would have been pain. I'm assuming I'm assuming you're gone, but if you're still here, how did you find the stream? Did you search it on YouTube? Did you see it on the Discord? I love tier charts. Still watch FaZe when he puts out tier charts, even though I don't play his game. That's funny. It was iDubbbz that did a video on it that made me interested in them, of fast foods. And he wouldn't have been the first guy to do it. It would have been people before him. Shows 3 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch. Elon, I am on Twitter right now. Oh, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother messaging more people. I can't believe none of them responded. I'm genuinely like, what? It's like, Discord, what are you doing to my messages? You actually showing them to them? Oh, we didn't quite get any of them. Bother. Oh man. Oh, someone's gone. It's incredible how many times they hit these. Like, they're not that big, but where you go depends on where they drive. So if you want them to come over, you then back up and then they go over it. Life was so different in the 50s and the 40s. I learned the other day, well, like a month or so ago, that Nazis made it to New Zealand. I was like, no way. I couldn't believe it. They made it to, they didn't land, but they got right to the harbour and were placing bombs in the harbour, which is insane. Like, I can't believe that, like, I only learned that this year. It was at a place called Godley Head, which is like Port Hills, and yeah, there was an information board that said that the German ship had made it to New Zealand and was placing out bombs, but because there were spotters there, they likely did it in haste, which means they didn't do it properly, and so then the bombs never activated and were never found, because they were putting the bombs out, so then when the next ship came along, it would hit them. Like, they put them out like on, like, between the in the sea / kind of tied to the rocks so they wouldn't float away or whatever. But they appeared that they put it in haste because of the spotting team that was out, and as a result, the bombs never activated and were never found. But I was like, it's incredible. Like, I can't believe that they made it to New Zealand. Like, that's just insane. And I'd never heard about that. Never heard about that till like a month ago. I couldn't believe it. I was so like, oh, that's crazy. Mines in the sea, yeah, but it was like, they were like, right, like, they could have easily landed, like, if it wasn't for, like, a spotting, like, if there wasn't a team right there, which is crazy, because that's the exact point they went. Like, if they'd just gone down a little bit, you think they could have, I don't know, it was obviously a really on-spotting team, like, that's very impressive. The people that, oh, guess who's back, oh, hello, who served, it was like 1,000 people out at the base, a lot of people. Oh, that was that guy's last game. Thanks for the games. But yeah, it's like crazy. Like, if it wasn't for the people right there, they literally, the Nazis could have landed in New Zealand. That's like, to me, that's like wild. Like, that's incredible. Like, that's incredible. That's insane that the Germans came all the way out here. Because we're backing the Allies in the war. That's incredible. My dad was in the Navy, saw minesweepers get some mines in the Pacific. Nice. Who are we saying see you to? Japanese mines, right. It's weird because in the modern day, it's like, it's about to say we don't have wars, we just have real passive-aggressive stuff. But no, we have wars, we do have wars. Although not world wars in the same way. But I feel like there's just like so much discontentment. It's sort of odd, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing that historically when there was this much discontentment in society, there'd be a war. But it's weird because it's like, it hasn't got to a war, but there's so many people that are so unhappy with how things are, but it hasn't got to a war. And well, it's more because it's like civil wars in a sense, like within the US and that. So it's not like a nation versus nation. It's like an internal huge conflicts. Yeah, like and same within Brazil, same within Argentina. They've both flipped hugely from Bolsonaro to whoever the new guy is, who is very not like Bolsonaro, and in Argentina they've gone the other way. So it's like there's clearly like it's not like we're heading in this direction. It's sort of like it's all over the show, but it's like it's just huge. But it's sort of so odd because like historically, when you got that much discontentment, and it's just so weird with with wars and it's all online. It just doesn't seem right. I don't know, because it's weird because on like one sense, like, well, it's good that it's not just a few people that control all the media and other people can have an opinion, but it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem right when like so many people are just saying absolute rubbish or deliberately lying about stuff. And so influencing people. But then it's like, well, you think, well, having lots of people saying their opinion, surely it's a good thing. But then in some regards, it's not. And it's so weird. It's just weird. It's just like, because the internet, I used to think like, oh, of course the internet's a great thing, but now I've increasingly thought it's not. Like, yeah, there's been some cool people that I've found on the internet, and likewise it's opened up a lot of opportunity. Although Amigo shut down recently, I saw that. But now I'm increasingly realizing the amount of harm. Like Lauren Southern and co have long sort of jokes, like I think probably the Quartering as well, like is the internet done more harm than good and all? And I've always thought, of course it's more good than that. Well, no, but I've always sort of had a suspicion. I've been suspicious of the internet, but I've presumed that I don't know. Well, maybe it's sort of like more like, I'm not sure. I think like probably more good. But now I'm like, I think there's been so much harm done by the internet. So much harm. Yeah, and now, yeah, I'm like, yeah. I mean, there's the echo chamber stuff. There's a lot of deliberate lying going on. People are so easily manipulatable, which isn't an internet problem. It was always a problem. It was just back in the day. It was just one or two. I don't know. But then it's like, at least when you only had like, two manipulators or whatnot. I mean, well, politically there's always been five. But when you had two nations, at least it's like the whole nation would be manipulated in the same way. So it's like, at least the nation would agree. But then, I mean, that ended terribly in many cases also. I don't know, it's just a horrible environment where you just have all these people in a nation that just like hate each other, and it's like, this is just horrible. It's just, I don't know, yeah, it's like, it's nice to just at least get unified behind something, but then that's like, can obviously be terrible as well. But I don't know, it's just, in the Western nations, it was great that they're unified behind stuff like, unified against the Nazis, awesome. Unified against the communists, awesome. But now it's like two parties unified against each other. It's just, I don't know. I just think it's just such a horrible environment. It's just, and it just was not the case in the 50s. It was just so different. I miss the 50s so much, and I wasn't alive in the 50s. But it's like, I don't know. Like you just read, well, 40s was a very bad. Well, it was a bad decade, although it was good that the Nazis were defeated. But, like, you read about the stories of people at Godly Head and just how unified they were, how team mindset they were, in a natural, authentic, genuine team mindset. Not the rubbish of, like, oh, we'll just be all diversity and inclusive, and it's so fake, and just so intellectually dishonest in that. Like, actual, like, look, we're unified, we're getting up in the mornings to, like, spot out for these bad guys coming over here. Like, there was just such a cool, actual unified thing. Like, it was just so patriotic. So, like, people, like, were like, look, I'm part of something bigger. People were, like, that was the story that you were part of. Like, that was the story Jonathan Peugeot talks about, like, we're part of the story, and we were united. It was far more united under the Bible, because like it was like, this is the story, this is the book we value, this is the book we treasure and believe and have shared values that it's true, and that we are part of God's story in that. And then when evil on earth rears its ugly head, Nazism, communism, we unite together to defeat that. But now that's just not the case anymore. And I think it's just so sad seeing the result and the consequences and the division and the tearing down of people that value good in that. I mean, it's crazy to think, like, people that were like what they were in the 50s, if they existed today, and some people do, and values in that, they are so disliked and so hated. But it's like, yeah, they were the same people that their values led them to fight against the Nazis. Their values led them to create a good and decent society that valued life, that valued and treasured other people and defeating evil. But those same values that the people had in the 40s and 50s that led them to do so much good, those same values are now largely and widely despised within a huge amount of Americans against those other Americans that hold those good, true values. So it's just so tragic. It's just so tragic what has happened and what continues to happen. What we had and what we could still have. Yeah, it's just. Jordan Peterson tweeted a while back. He said we could have he said for the first time in decades he's dreamed about a nuclear war, and he's like, we could have had all this, like as in we could have had, so as a Adele song, we could have had it all in a sense. And it's like, why? Like, there's so much beauty, so much wonder. And it's so funny, actually, because you come to think about it. That's exactly what, or very similar to at the Trump inauguration, there was the iconic woman that was like, no! And then she's like, there could have been so much beauty in that. It's like, that's exactly how I feel, but like in a totally different way to how she views it. But it's like that, we're so on the cusp of, like, we've got so much technology to do so much good, we've got so much knowledge, the information age and that, and yet look what's happened, look what's come of it. It's like, just like there's a serious chance that there'll just be a world war and just lots of people will just be like blowing up or killed. It's like we could have had so much in society, so much like we could have just done. It could have been so good, it could have been so beautiful, so God honoring, and it's like, look what's happened. It's just so tragic what it could have been, and what's on our fingertips, and look what's happened. It's just so sad. It's just so sad. But yeah, that's why as a Christian I believe that God's got it all sorted. So even though this earthly world is just going to the dumps, God's got a greater plan, and even though there's all this evil right now, it's going to end in good. He is a just God. He will bring justice for the victims of the present day, and bring justice to all the evil that's happened. And so it's just like, look, it's obviously incredibly tragic. I'm immensely saddened what goes on today. I truly am, to an immense extent. But it's like, hey, look, that's where my hope lies, in the Bible and God, that it's going to end well. It's going to end well. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Well, I mean, it does matter. What's happening now? It does matter. It's evil. It's wrong in that. But as in. And absolutely, we should fight evil at every step of the way. But in the ultimate, regardless of whether we win or lose this earthly fight against evil, we're good. We're saved. We're with God, and He's going to put things right. He's a good God. He's the one in charge. He knows. He's got control of this world and that, and He's. Currently, evil is allowed to reign to a large extent. And it's really hard, it's really sad, and we do what we can amongst the mess of it, but ultimately, God is in charge, God rules, and all this evil will be put to death. It will be ended, it will be finished. Jesus will come again, and it's going to be a wonderful, beautiful day for those of us who put our faith in Christ. So, a lot of sadness, a lot of tragedy. It's hard to keep your head above the water, but there is hope. And if you don't read the Bible, I highly encourage you to do so. It is a wonderful book with a lot of wonderful promises and so much truth. Tons of conflicts, many countries, like many African and South American nations, and the African ones, like, they don't even make the news in New Zealand. Like, I mean, South Sudan, I heard something was going on over there, but I haven't heard anything since. Even the Ukraine, Russia, I hear very little of. I saw articles showing that Anthony Blinken was going there. But, yeah, I don't, there's just so much stuff to follow in that. And most of the African stuff doesn't make the news. I don't think New Zealand covers international news very much, because if you look at the world section, it's very small. But I think the likes of CNN and the likes of BBC and Al Jazeera, they do a hang of a lot more world coverage. Fox does it a lot, although they are very more US localized focused. I mean, I guess it depends on the size of your organization, and according to All Sides Media, CNN and BBC, to my surprise, were like huge. I couldn't believe how massive CNN is, because if you look at some of CNN's numbers, they're like shockingly low for the amount of people that watch their shows. Like when you compare it to like Phil DeFranco or Bill O'Reilly or Tim Pool, who are just doing these online shows and getting numbers that aren't that far behind CNN. How many people were watching CNN? I mean, a lot of people, it's still like over 1 million people, which is a lot of people, but not compared to what they used to get. Compared to like what Bill O'Reilly used to get years ago, it was just, he got a phenomenal amount of money. He wasn't on CNN, but just the people are now far more divided on their sources, which is partly because there are a lot more sources, which in a sense is a good thing, but there's just like very little continuity in terms of like we agree or we trust these sources, or just like there's just so many sources both on the left and the right, so then it sort of divides the audience a lot more into what, which in theory you think that could lead to a lot more good ideas, but in practice I don't think it really does. I don't know, it's just like in theory it's great that there's the internet, but in practice it's not really working out too well. I don't know why I mean, I think there's just so many people that are intentionally, deliberately trying to manipulate it for their own benefit, which then really stuffs up and counters all the good that does come from it, because there's just so much lies, so much manipulation going on, that then that sort of cancels out the good that comes of it. I follow all these conflicts on a Bible translation channel because persecution of Christians is often involved. Indeed. India, 10th. Someone said to me the 10th most dangerous country for Christians, which I was really shocked at. Great God is sorted. Yes, indeed. Oh, that means I can't pass him. Oh, he's gone now. Oh, I don't think I'm not gonna pass these rooms today anyway. If I did for another hour, I reckon I could. But he's probably off now. Oh, we're almost completed the medieval madness. That would be nice. Invite. Surely one of them. There we go. Yeah, that's some new people to play with. This guy's low. Yeah, no, that's not great stats, but that's okay. That's okay. I'd rather have a real player than a bot. Mad hit number 1, yeah. He did. Oh. Sometimes they leave join. Yeah, here we go. 2 more battles in the medieval madness one is. Oh, he's gone. Okay, you go for it. We'll go for it too. I love it when people don't join your thing and then you verse them and you beat them. You're like, yeah. I'm of the view. I try if I have a team, I like to stick with it. And so even if someone better offers me to play, it's like, well, I'll stick with this team till someone hops off. Is generally how I like to roll. I can't remember how I used to do it in Battlelands. Battlelands was a cool game, really cool game, good game. But yeah, it was cool with the squads and the combinations. 4 then allowed for just a little bit more flexibility. Because there's way more combinations, but most people don't care about the combinations. Just like if you have 4 people and there's 3 of them constantly playing, the chances that one of them will need to hop off are higher when you have 3 of them playing rather than just 2. Just like if you had 50 people playing for like an hour, the chances that one of them's going to need to hop off is very high. It'd be very hard to find 50 people that can play for an hour. Yeah, imagine getting 50 people to ready up. It'd be like, everyone ready? Oh, someone unready. Oh, there's Mad Cell. What happened to Super? Yeah, when Mad plays a Supercell game, I give you Mad Cell. Why is the cell so unhappy? Top 4? How about popcorn? Whoa. Oh, yo, I survived that. That was crazy. This train doesn't knock you out. You can sort of like kind of get a little boost along. There we go. See, I'm not moving the direction ones, although you sort of have to. It would be kind of cool if you clip yourself to it and sort of just like do the loops, do the rounds. It's annoying with just like tiny bit of health. Finish him. Bring it on. And I don't know how the shield works. It's very unclear. I feel like some games it's way more clear. Like it sort of like just starts flashing and it doesn't normally last long, but when I attack other people with it, it like lasts ages. I don't know how it works. It's annoying because some games it's very clear. Like Battlelands, it was very clear with your blue shield. It was, yeah, cool colors. Blue for shield, red for health. Oh, that means I'm going to have to pick a new path. Oh, I know which path I'm going to go down next. I know, but then how long will I keep playing this game for? I just wish it was more popular. Or there was a few more people that came by the stream. Oh, we didn't verse him. Oh, no, I shouldn't have invited that guy. Oh, he must be rejecting. Pico joins again. Ah, maybe they're doing the other one though. So after this battle, we will have maxed out Medieval Madness, which will give us another badge. Let's go. But yeah, if you watch the double ads, because the thing is, if you're trying to actually max out, then it doesn't make sense to watch the double ads, which can get you to the end real fast. But then you're like, oh, but then you have to watch. If you want to max out the arcade thing, which will take ages, and it's sort of silly. You don't really have themes for arcade. Is there even an arcade path? I don't think there is. But then